Well, guten Tag, everyone. Relevance of the world. It is I, Mr.RailYard here, or Martian Yard if we're European standing.
Nice German accent.
Sorry, everyone. Guten Tag, everyone. Welcome back to another Let's Talk Trainheads live. Friends of the channel. Beatles show. Hey, Beetle, how's it going today?
Good. I'm just sitting here, pedaling on an exercise bike, hoping to see some good model trains.
All right. Now, before we get started, just so that if people don't know about your channel.
I'm sorry, your mic cut out there.
Oh, can you hear me?
I can.
All right. Before we get interest in trains.
You appear to have cut out again. I'm sorry. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with this thing.
All right. Let's see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I could.
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear that.
All right. So, why don't you before we get started today, why don't you tell us a little bit about your YouTube channel and your interest in railroads?
Well, I am the creator of a show called The Beatles Show. I've been here before. I talked a little bit about my own personal history the last time, but cutting to the chase, what I am now, I am the creator of a funny show filmed in Gary's mod about the famous British rock band, the Beatles. And let's just say that it's supposed to be this ludicrous comedy show. It's full of loads of unnecessary violence, full of all kinds of crazy slapstick. It's just about what would happen if Chuck Jones had a stroke, and I enjoy making it nonetheless. But I am an avid rail enthusiast, but I'm also an automobile enthusiast. I'm a what do you call somebody who is enthusiastic about ships and boats and other forms of maritime transportation? Well, whatever you call it, I'm one of those too.
Oh, can you repeat?
So,
you cut out a little bit there.
I'm enthusiastic about just almost any kind of a mobile machine. I enjoy automobile racing and all kinds of other stuff. And so it was only natural that eventually it led me to trains too. And my biggest expertise in the railroad world is with British-made trains. I like... However, that doesn't mean that I have no expertise with trains made elsewhere. And I know a lot about them, and I like them. So, but I would be lying if I said that Thomas the Tank Engine as a kid didn't have a hand in making me more of a rail enthusiast.
You cut out again. Can you...
I said I would be lying if I said that Thomas the Tank Engine didn't have a hand in making me a rail enthusiast.
Okay, cool. Cool. Hey, we get into trains in different ways, my friend. A lot of people get into this because of Thomas. A lot of people get into it because they were associated with railroads, or they had a family member who was a railroad man or woman. So, well, thank you for telling us a little bit about yourself. Before we get started, check out those flags, man. We got an American flag, and we got a British. You even got Canadian and a friend.
This is basically just supposed to be my bedroom here. The reason it has so many flags is because we're basically showing all the places I've been before. Wow. There used to be an Italian flag flying in here because I also have been there, but I don't know what happened to it. As for the Japanese flag, I have not been to Japan yet, but I do have plans to go.
Well, if you do go to Japan, there's a lot of cool trains there. We got some...
Oh, yes, there is. Heck, the Japanese, They pioneered the bullet train. If it weren't for them, high-speed rail as we know it today would not exist.
Nope. And they're also pretty well known too for their steam locomotives.
I remember the class D51. That's definitely one of the more iconic models.
And then you have like C62, 8620. I can name them all, or I'll name one more. Actually two more. C56 and C57s, which the the prior one. If you are familiar with the movie Bridge on the River Kwai, those
I know that
locomotives.
movie. I have never watched it, but I know about it.
During World War II, some of the C56 class locomotives, which are 260 Mogul types, were sent to southern Asia, Thailand, Burma area, to aid in the Japanese war effort to invade India. British India at the time, the British Raj.
I know that they did end up failing to do that, though. I know the UK did save the day.
Indeed, but to this day, you can still ride behind two Japanese-built C56 class steam engines in Thailand. And if you are a big fan of Thomas the Tank Engine, they have one dressed up in Japan to look like James the Red Engine. So, but enough getting off topic here. We're here to talk about Deutschland. Yeah, we're here for Germany. Yeah, Marklin. Marklin is very good company. Very good.
Germany, a country whose unofficial motto is "Let us stick to the present, shall we?"
Indeed. But Germany's got a very interesting railroad heritage, and they got great train systems that will railroad systems that will last them into the future. And to give them a tribute to the German railway system and to probably one of the most iconic model train companies in the world, Marklin, we are going to review the Marklin 2025 catalog. So if you're ready, Beetle. Oh, wait, hold on. Just before we got a comment. I end up buying it. No way you bought that. No. Beetle, last night we were looking at those crappy Lionel stuff, and
Oh man,
he had a beer car.
did someone buy one?
He bought a beer car. He bought a beer.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
I've heard of driving drunk, and I know that they say not to do that. Well, how about we make the machine that's being operated drunk 70 times bigger?
Trust me, my friend. You have never if you look at the Lionel catalog, even the smoke fluid is crazy. You have birthday cake, tobacco. You have so many flavors. They even have cotton candy smoke.
Okay, why does that even exist?
Ask Lionel, and I'll potentially will show that to you later. But enough getting off track. No pun intended. Pun intended.
Okay, that should have been intended.
Yeah, that should be intended. Let's get started. So, before we get started, I know a little bit about German locomotive. Highly recommend you go talk to someone who knows. And one of the people I highly recommend you talk to in terms of Marklin is talk to my friend Anthony Dodge. Go check out his YouTube channel. He does live streams every Friday at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So it appears we have a older style electric locomotive. I don't know what this. I'm assuming the class is called an E95. We'll figure it out later.
It definitely does look electric. The second you look at it, you know it's an electric locomotive.
And it appears we got a painting of that loco. Let's see here.
So what country is the locomotive itself from? Like, is this a model of a German engine here?
This potentially either might be German, Sweden, German, Swiss. So before I continue too, you have to remember Marklin, the company, has multiple brand names because they bought out several brands. So for like me, for example, I would buy Trix. Trix is the version of Marklin that will be compatible with pretty much any other HO scale stuff. Marklin makes stuff that is dedicated to Marklin track. Well, it's still the same gauge, just operate on a different controller system and a different power system. So we'll take a look at some tricks here. We might be able to see some LGB. Well, clarify, not LGBTQ. We're talking about LGB. I forget the German pronunciation, but they are a German model train company that makes G-scale trains, some of the largest you can get in the hobby. So just to clarify, when I say LGB, I mean the model train company. So I do apologize if I mix it up for you guys in the show. So, all right, let's take a look here. Well, starting off, we have a pretty cool locomotive here. We got appears it might be an F7 locomotive. Looks very American. And yes, we have an American.
Take one look at that. That does look either American or Canadian.
Yep, that's a Rio Grande F7, so it is American. Oh, this is supposed to... Oh, okay. So lately, model train companies are giving tribute to older train sets, and I believe this is one of their tribute train sets that they did. So we got Rio Grande F7 EMD locomotive, boxcar Rio Grande, a boxcar Western Pacific, New York Central, Santa Fe, and then a Rio Grande caboose. Okay. That actually looks cool. I know, Beetle, you don't know much about American trains, but this has got to be one of the most handsomest looking diesel locomotives in North America.
It is good looking, and I do have some more knowledge of American trains than you might think I do. British ones are my expertise, but I do have the basics of American rail.
That is good. Let's see here. So looks like here is another train set. This is consisting of some German style wagons, and I believe this is a class Deutsche Bundesbahn class V 61. So I'm not familiar with that class of diesel locomotive, but I believe this is a post 1990 era version, because I believe this is a West German locomotive. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm like I said, I'm not an expert. And then here we got the German Federal Railroad, or Deutsche Bundesbahn, or
I think I've seen one of those. I think I've seen that exact make and model of locomotive before.
Yep, this one is called a Class 218, and these, I believe, were...
That look familiar.
I don't know when these were... Okay, so these were... They started building these, I believe, in 1999. Wow, these are well over almost 30-year-old locomotives, and they appear to go strong. So...
Well, I mean, they still look pretty fresh. Indeed. Like, I mean, we've seen lots of newer and newer train designs, and I think that Austria's Railjet is really getting some good publicity for how good it's supposed to be. Like, have you heard the news about the Austrian Railjet and how it's supposed to be like the best thing in European rail?
Dude, my friend Anthony Dodge has multiple Railjets on his model railroad. He loves those things.
Well, it makes you jealous when you know just how well designed those things are. Like, like Austria's rail network is kick ass.
Yeah, and you can you can go anywhere in Austria by train.
Like, no country on earth is perfect, but every country seems to have something that they're really, really good at. And Austrians, they know how to make trains. They
And
really, really do.
okay, so this one is German. Okay, so I was kind of correct. So here's a little bit of the history. These are the largest and most powerful and most experienced. This is a class. These were first placed into service in 1927. So these things are almost 100 years old. Dang.
Well, it doesn't exactly look new. I
would
didn't
assume in
expect something that...
1940s at the earliest. But oh my. Holy. That is impressive for 1927. So we got the pantographs, and I believe this is a double 2-unit tray setup here. And I believe you can actually make this go up and down, the pantograph. So, and oh, you can get additional. You can either get it in a train set or just the locomotive. That's cool. And looks like we got some ones for coal. Yep. Yep. Okay, so this is Marklin. Welcome to my world. So this is so if you're a little kid and if you're getting started in the model train hobby, this is Marklin's version of little plastic trains that Hornby makes. Marklin makes those too. So, and actually, I think Marklin's is better, to be honest. Here's one of their sets right here. This looks like to be, I forget what they classify this. Someone from Germany, because I believe I got some German railroad enthusiasts here. So if you know what this is, please let us know. And look what we got here. We got Nerdy Kai. Hey, Nerdy Kai, how's it going? How you doing, my friend?
Welcome to the stream.
Yeah. So if you guys don't know, my friend Nerdy Kai is actually one of my probably the best of friends in the Has Been Hell of a community. Great guy. Please go check out his YouTube channel. And I hope to do some collabs with him shortly. So, hey, Kai, if you are still watching and if you want to join the stream, please DM me or I will send you a link to join the stream. So, yeah, please let me know. Or actually, you know, I'll send you a link. So, here we go. Actually, to the stream, not to the actual video. Lol. You send someone a link to the actual video when they're still watching. Deutsche wat die dit war Veljat, you buffoon. Why do you send people wrong links? Come on. Yeah. Come on. All right, let's see, my friend. Unfortunately, I am unable to join. I'm at work. I'm just popping in. Hey, yeah, Kai. We will be on because I believe you get off at 6 or 7 o'clock. We will be going way past that. So, 7 or 8. If correct me if I'm wrong, please let me know. But we'll be streaming until those times, and if you want to join, then you can. So, but I'm glad you can hop on real quick to join us. So, yeah. Make sure you subscribe to Nerdy Kai on YouTube, and if you guys, because I know you guys want him back. Please let me know again if you want him back, because I already know, but I still would like to get your guys' opinion if you want him back again. So please let me know in the comments. All right, back to the trains. I am not very familiar with this type of MU multi-unit train. I know they have something similar out in California by Coastline by Coaster, which is a commuter railroad. But oh, and okay. Well, wow, look at this one. Look at this one, Beetle. This is kind of cool where you can like take the containers off the train and you can put it on a truck. This is actually kind of cool. What do you think of this guy here?
That is neat looking. I appreciate them making model train style toys aimed at a younger audience because this would definitely introduce kids to stuff that'll become really fun down the line. Like model trains are so much fun, and giving them the basics to start out with is kind of awesome. It's similar, like it's kind of like the Lego Duplo of the model train universe.
Indeed.
Like
But
when I was a kid, I got introduced to Lego Duplo, loved it, and shortly afterwards, standard Legos, and then it's kind of an addiction.
oh, this is kind of cool. Take a look at this. You can actually get a cargo ship and trucks, so you can get 2 trucks in 2 different sets. So you can get the container ship and the train. That's actually kind of cool. You know, you kind of, this shows people how, you know, things get from place to place. This is actually a cool set, and I would highly recommend it. Oh, hey, Beetle, I think this might be up your alley here.
Oh, what's this one?
I believe this is an add-on car, and I believe this one's an observation, because you don't see observation cars on high-speed trains, and I believe there's only a very few of them on high-speed trains, and I believe Germany's one of the few, and wow. And you got this, and you can put people in the, holy cow, that is impressive. Oh, that's cool, a turntable. See, when you have a nice setup, like this, you can get someone addicted to railroads for life. So I love that Marklin is doing it. So
now, I'll say this. Germans, they've had some great adventures into the worlds of rail. It is worth mentioning, though, that as things currently stand, German high-speed rail isn't as good as some of the other countries. Now, it's still a lot better than what...
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, yeah, we can hear you. I think it's when you move the camera is when the audio cuts out.
Like, it's worth mentioning that German high-speed rail, it's again, a lot better than what...
You were cutting out again. So I don't know what's up. That's weird.
It's a lot better than what you get in the US, but it's not as good as what you get in France and Italy and England, some of the countries around it. Like a German commuter rail is some of the best in all of the world. Like when it comes to through the city rail, amazing. But high speed rail to go across the country has some notable problems that need to be ironed out. Like, for instance, in most countries, the high-speed trains use different tracks than the commuter trains, and that makes sure that they never get held up. But in Germany, the high-speed trains use the same tracks as some of the slower ones, so they often get held up in places where in other countries they wouldn't be. And as a result, this causes delays. It's gotten to the point that there's a common joke in Germany that their high-speed trains are never, ever on time. But in other words, they do still have a good high-speed rail network by international standards, but compared to the countries around them, you're not getting as good as what you'd get in Austria or France or Italy or England, which is a little unfortunate.
I see.
But again, this is not to say that the Germans can't build good trains. They absolutely can. If the high quality of their commuter rail is to be believed, they are clearly very capable of making good trains. Oftentimes, the reasons this happens is simply because the German government is a little bit disinterested in the potential of improving their high-speed rail, because many of them are really worried that might damage their auto industry a bit. Now, and as somebody who deeply cares about cars and loves them a lot, I'll say bullshit. You can have a great train network and a great auto industry at the exact same time. Look at France. France they have one of the biggest auto industries in the entire world. They make more cars every year than almost anybody, and they have like the best high-speed rail network in Europe, bar none.
Indeed.
So yeah, you can have a prosperous auto industry and a great train network. The Germans got nothing to worry about here. You can fix your rail network.
Yeah, indeed. So
That's my take on German high-speed rail. German commuter rail is top quality, but their high-speed rail needs a few kinks to be ironed out.
yep, indeed. All right. Let's see. So we talked about these stuff. So these are battery or chargeable trains where you plug them in to a cable or you put batteries in them. And these are good to start off with, but if you want to get more high tech, you can get into their more advanced train sets. Like these are more for like little kids, but when you get older, you probably want something that's more realistic and has a little bit more fun with the controls. So here's one. This is not one of Marklin's train sets, but this is one. This is a very interesting one here. This is an electric one, but it has a remote control, which is very interesting compared to most train sets. And you get got a couple of curves, a straights, a switch, a power power straight, and you can set up a loop like that. And then I believe these are add-ons too. And Beetle, I don't know if this is right or wrong. Someone, if anyone here knows more about Marklin, please let me know. I do not know anything about Marklin, but I believe they did made some Beetle stuff. So Beetles. So
I remember that Hornby did it too.
Yep, I definitely know Hornby did it. So oh, that's kind of cool. That's the breakdown train. That's what is that, driver? What's the breakdown train? That's used to pick up engines and put them back on the rails. A very interesting, driver.
I thought I would go to my grave never knowing what a German Ringo Starr would sound like. I guess I have broken that promise to myself.
Indeed. What is going hold on. Once there was an engine attached to a train. Zog was afraid of the future of the vein. It went into the tunnel, streak through its funnel, and wouldn't come out again. If someone really wants me to do a recreation of that, but in German, please let me know. I would do that for you guys. Oh, guys! We have a celebrity here. We got
celebrity.
And, we got Silver Band here. Hello, Silver Band. How are you doing today? I'm so glad you could join us. I'm a big fan of your YouTube channel and big fan of your rail tours. Hey, man. But we'd love to have you on the stream. And if you want to join the stream, please let me know, and I will send you a link in the chat here so that you can join. So, yeah. But hey, thank you so much for joining. I'm a big fan of yours, and yeah, guys, check out Silver Band. He's a very What is going fanfare? Where is Gorton? Oh, this looks like Gorton. Diesel, yeah, that looks like these. I don't know. But all right. Now here's some. These are very successful locomotives. So if I can, I will pull up the Wikipedia for these because these are actually some of my favorite German locomotives. So
it looks familiar. I think I've seen an engine that looks like that before.
Engines. So they're kind of similar to like James from Thomas and Friends because they're the same.
So you'd say they're So you'd say that they're similar in size and power and specifications to a Lancashire and Yorkshire class 28?
Yeah, around that. But these were mainly used so
because that is what make and model James is. That is the exact type of engine he is. Remember, all the trains in Thomas are real ones.
I see. Well, hey, thank you for the kind words. I can join if you like. I can join if you liked. Yeah, we'd love to have you on, man. We'd love to have you on. What do you say, Beal?
Cool. We got a celebrity in this. Let's do this.
Yeah, we'll get him in. Yeah, yeah. Oh shoot, I sent him the wrong thing. Darn it. I've been doing that tonight. So hold on. Yeah, click on this link if you want to join. We'd love to have you on, and yeah, we'll get you on, and we'd love to chat with you, man. You're a rock star in the Thompson Friends fandom. But quick, until he gets back, I'll quickly explain a little bit about these engines. So the Deutsche Reichsbahn Class 24s, and later, or actually in East Germany, they're called they're the Class 37.10s, or in Poland, they're called the OI2s because some of them were used in Poland after World War II. These were built between 1928 and 1939. A total of 95 were produced, and they were built by company Hunslet. I can Hunslet. Yeah. That's the only one I can really pronounce, Hunslet. And they're standard gauge. I want to know how much horsepower this guy has, or actually, I should say tractive effort, because my friend James would kill me if I would say that. My friend James would say, "No, RailYard, you're supposed to think about this, you silly goose." So, yeah. Oh my. But yeah. I believe a total of four. Unfortunately, only four of these locomotives still exist, which is very disappointing, in my opinion. All right, guys, we have a very cool celebrity here. So, Beetle, are you there? Beetle? Beetle.
Yeah, I'm right here.
All right, I think your stream is frozen. Oh, there you
Oh,
go. Oh, there you go.
I was going to say, at least some of them still exist. I mean, some of my favorite engines throughout history have no surviving examples.
Oh yeah, the E2s. Even though they were unfortunately garbage.
Yes, but there
Thomas
was
was
also
not
the
a very useful engine in real life.
there was also the furnace class K2. Edward is
Edward?
one of those,
Yep,
and none of them still run. I guess Edward is the last one in all of existence.
I believe so. But without further ado, let's bring in our very, very special guest here today, Silver Ben. Hello, Silver Ben. How are you doing today, sir?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. How are you guys doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic.
Everything seems great to me.
All right. Let me know if you need me to like increase my mic volume. I'm using this headset that I don't really use that often, so
I see. Well, we can hear you. We can hear you pretty good, man. We can hear you.
okay,
But
that's fine.
but hey, welcome to the show. I'm glad you can join us. Hey, because usually we have rail fans, but and not usually Thompson Friends people, but for the rail fans out there and for everybody else, why don't you tell us a little bit about your YouTube channel and what you do, and your show too, your very cool show, Rail Tours.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just uh, I'm sorry. It's like put me on the spot, but
No, that is okay. I no rush.
yeah. Well, I kind of model trains is something I've always been really into, and as well as Thomas and Friends. But I've excuse me, my phone's on here.
That is cool, Tom.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, my phone. Yeah. Um. So yeah, like I said, model trains is something I've always been really passionate about, and Thomas as well. Um. But I've I just have and then I'm sorry. I'm just tongue tied right now.
That is okay. No
yeah.
rush.
Right. Just um. Say, like I said, you have me on the spot. I guess like oh man. Well, I get geez. Um, I know. I want to say stuff, but no words are coming out. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I guess I'm just nervous. I don't know if I'm nervous or what, or just
Oh no,
but
no.
Oh,
yeah,
I've been there. Don't worry.
yeah, yeah. Just hmm, uh, hey, actually, why don't we go ahead and get back on the catalog?
Yeah. You know
Yeah,
what? And yeah, let's put a pause to that, and let's take
yeah,
a look at the catalog.
yeah. I'm sorry. I thought I'd be more prepared. Yeah.
No, that is okay, my friend. All
Mhm.
right. We also have another guest here today, Emily. Hello, Emily. Thank you for joining us today.
Hey,
So, how are you doing today, Emily?
good.
All right, glad to hear. Yes. So,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. So that's the Class 24s. I don't know if you guys are very familiar with the Class 24s, but these are some of my favorite German steam locomotives. So, and continental European locomotives. So, look at that beauty.
Oh
That's
yeah.
nice.
Wow.
Now, do you have a AC at home? Like an AC layout?
I have a N scale theme park layout that I'm building.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
I believe it's a 3x5 layout. It's a simple loop with a siding, I believe. I'm going to add very shortly. But it's going to be it's going to be a Japanese theme park with Canadian steam trains. So,
Okay. All right. That sounds cool. And N scale. What? And you said 3x5?
yep.
All right, 3x5. That's a good size for N scale.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I actually started with
Need to start posting a lot more on it stuff. So.
yeah. I'd like to see it.
Oh yeah, I will. Hold on, let me see if I can. Hold on, just a minute. I can. Sorry if my bed is kind of a train wreck because I've been doing a lot of drawing today. But
Right.
hold on, just a minute. I can. I
Hello.
Yeah, I see the layout.
I think you're. Oh yeah. I see it right now.
Hold on, let me see if I can get the train to work here quickly. I know I'm going off track today, but hey, it's at least better than reacting to a junky Lionel catalog.
Oh yeah.
Does it actually move?
Yeah, let's bring in. This is a USRA steam engine. This is based off of an 060, but this has been converted into a Prairie. This is a Pennsylvania. And I got my favorite railroad, Canadian Pacific, and a Canadian government grain hoppers. So this is the current only engine I got currently working right now. I do plan to get a Japanese C11. I want to get the one with the Thomas one.
Oh yeah.
And the regular one, because if you go to Japan, they got some really cool Thomas and Friends stuff there. So,
Oh yeah. They go all out on that.
yeah, you get to see Mr.RailYard live streaming his layout. I know it's tiny, but I do have HO personally myself. It's mainly in storage, but I do run it occasionally on my club layout.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there we go. Come on, train. Actually, speaking of HO, British Pullman, anyone?
Oh yes. Yes.
I don't know who makes this. Fleshman, I think.
Oh, Fleischman.
Oh, here's my train is stuck.
Oh no.
Gordon, get up the. Well, no, you're not Gordon. You're not big enough to pull an express train
Yeah.
or a large freight train. Like if you guys are Canadian steam enthusiasts like me, if you're not a Selkirk, you can't get up the mountain.
Hey, Luke.
Wake up, lazy bones! Why don't you work hard like me? Said Thomas.
Hey, Luke.
Question.
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Hello, welcome to the show. Emily.
Well, Thomas, now
I
you
was-
know what hard work means, don't
I was
you?
gonna say, I watched one of your friends live stream the other day.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
oh, she's mute. All right, hold on just a minute. But oh, guys,
hmm
buddy in between. This might have to be one of my favorite German locomotives of all time. The Prussian P8. Now,
Ooh.
hmm
iconic European locomotive out there. And you might be wondering, this might be familiar. That's because these were all over Europe.
Why are the wheels so small?
Actually, these are pretty big wheels because these were used for passenger service in
Okay.
Europe for the whole the Prussian Railways top of the line passenger train service. So, oh, hold on a minute, guys. We got Gabe, one of our great friends of the channel. Hey, Gabe, how's it going today?
It was good.
Good. Glad to hear. So, are you guys familiar with the Class P8s?
Mm-mm.
Um,
I'm only familiar with a handful of continental European engines. I have a few in my collection, but not a P8.
say you had a Class 28, I think. I thought you had a German Prairie from Trix.
Oh yeah. I actually ended up selling that one. But what else do I have? I think if I hold on, I'm just pulling up my phone right here. I have an extensive collection. See if I can pull up. I think. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you got a cool collection of trains and stuff. So
Oh yeah. One of the newest things, I haven't taken a picture of it yet, but I haven't uploaded anywhere. But I have a DB Class 10, one of the Black Swans.
ooh, that's
any-
pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and let's see what.
Hey,
other-
Luke. This-
Luke.
Yeah,
Oh, I think Emily was calling for you.
yeah, Emily.
I was gonna say this is probably a sore subject, but do you ever talk to Smokey at all?
I can discuss that later. We can't
Okay,
talk about it.
you and I can talk in the Google chat about
Yeah,
that.
we can. Yeah, we can't talk about it because we can't talk about it.
Okay, yeah, just message me on the Google chat later,
Yeah.
and we can talk about it.
Yep. No worries. Sorry about that. I can't really talk about it publicly too.
Right.
So
Right. But yeah, you say the P8s were for passenger trains, and you really like this one.
oh yeah. I love
Yeah.
P8s.
Mm. Do they ever make them in N scale?
Marklin, I believe, made them in N scale years ago. But there's so many versions of P8s because this is the pre-World War I version, as you see here. And then
Oh yeah.
and then post-World War II, all the state railroads in Germany were nationalized into the Deutsche Reichsbahn Grutzbahn, I believe is how you pronounce it.
Well, what's going on with
Red.
present day Deutsche
And then,
Bahn?
Yep, Deutsche Bahn.
Yeah,
But,
what's going on with them today? Did they evolve from that?
Oh, the P8s.
Yeah, like
So after World War II, areas of Poland were actually part of Germany. And then after World War II, a lot of these ended up in France, Austria, Switzerland. I believe some went to Italy.
yeah, I know Germany shrunk her borders considerably.
By force.
I believe some of these were sent to Turkey, because you also have to remember too, Turkey loves German locomotives.
Hmm.
I mean, Turkey loves a lot of German stuff. If I remember correctly, some of the best-selling cars and equipment
But
in Turkey are German.
I believe a couple of these were in a couple of movies. I can name them all, but we would be here until Christmas. That would be a long stream. But
Wait, hold
yeah.
on, let me correct myself.
All right. Yeah.
I just Googled it, and
Oh,
it
P8s?
looks.
Beetle, are you there?
I am.
All right. Sorry,
I just
are you
I
Googling?
just yeah, I just Googled it, and I was wrong. The best-selling cars in Turkey are Italian and French. It's the Fiat
Oh,
Egea, the Renault Megane, and the Renault Clio. That's one Italian car and two French cars. But then there's and I know that British Fords also tend to do pretty well over there.
indeed. Like I said, Turkey loves the German-built locomotives, and I believe some designs of Turco-German locomotives were built in some other countries, including Turkey itself. I believe some of them were actually built in the UK too, ironically enough.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of locomotives that were built by the U.S. and U.K., especially after the Second World War, were kind of distributed out to different continental European countries. Am I right?
Sorry about that, guys. I had a little trouble with my machine.
Nope, that is okay. Hello?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Nope. Hold on. I gotta. I'll put these back in. Your stream is. Apologies.
Does it work now?
Oh yeah. But let's see here. Oh, these passenger cars know the classification of their rolling stock too well. But these look like 3-axle passenger cars.
They don't look half bad. They do look like something you'd see at the turn of the century.
Indeed. They must have been uncomfortable a lot of times, being that
I
there are
imagine.
3 axles.
I mean,
Right.
the technology of that time period sure was not nearly as advanced as the rail technology that is currently employed.
Indeed.
I mean, do you expect to get the same experience riding in the back of a steam locomotive's train rather than what you'd get in a modern TGV?
Yeah, it's like comparing apples and oranges in that case. Okay. So who here is okay? Well, obviously everybody's a fan of Thomas. So
Mhm.
if I have to say what would be the equivalent of Gordon the Big Engine in Germany? It'd have to be the Class 1, Class 01. And I believe this year marks the 100th anniversary of the Class 01s. So, yeah, 2 years younger than Scotsman, but hey, they're still kicking too.
Oh yeah.
But,
I actually, now that it's all coming back to me, I watched the release video from Marklin, and in one of the sections highlighted this.
oh,
So yeah, and it's also a anniversary of a railway up in Switzerland as well, and they have some merchandise or models and rolling stock and locomotives to celebrate that as well.
I see. Is that in this year's catalog?
Yes, in the 2025 catalog.
Okay. Oh, and this is a Trix model. Okay, so is this one a Trix too?
Trix is owned by Marklin now. Marklin still does the alternating current engines. Trix is just strictly two-rail DC, and sometimes they take some of the models they produce and make them DC, but they sell it under the Trix line.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. See right there, it says this model can be found in the Trix HO assortment under the item number 25001.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, all the German models that I have, they're either Rocco or Rocco or Pico or Trix. Yeah, I always have to make sure that they're DC, because you try running an alternating AC engine on my layout, it's just not going to work.
Oh, absolutely not.
Yeah. Now, mind you, I do have an AC layout. Have you ever heard of Jim Button and Luke the Engine Driver?
Ooh, yeah. Is that German? Is that German stuff that Marklin made, like that television show from Germany?
Yeah. They recently made like a few years ago. They made live action adaptations of the book Jim Button and Luke the Engine Driver. It was originally 2 books written by the same guy that wrote the original Never-Ending Story.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Michael Ende, I believe that's what it's called. But it's if I haven't read the books, but I've seen both of the movies. Actually, I have both English dubs of the movies, and I can see elements of the Never-Ending Story if you remember that movie from the 80s.
Oh.
Yeah. It's definitely worth checking out. But I think they originally had like a marionette puppet adaptation when they had this song that went Eine Insel mit 2 Bergen und dem tiefen, weiten Meer mit viel Tunnels und Gleisen und den Eisenbahnverkehr. If you understood any of that. That song's just
I've
really
seen
popular.
I've seen some German TV before that I thought was pretty good. I've been told that German television in general has a reputation for being famously bad, but have you ever heard of Laureate? I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that's how it's spelled.
Laureate?
He's a German comedian from the 1970s or so, and he would make really silly cartoons and sketches, and most of his comedy generally made fun of how serious the nation of Germany is. A lot of people joke about how Germans have no sense of humor and they're just completely serious about everything. Well, that is kind of true. Germany is not completely charmless. They're a beautiful country, but at the same time, they are very uptight. They are the kinds of people who want to make sure that everything is done as well and as efficiently as physically possible. And a lot of his sketches made fun of that. There was this one where a lot of them just have to do with people desperately trying to maintain their facade of seriousness and efficiency, even in situations that are completely and utterly absurd. Like, there's these two German businessmen who end up having to share a bathtub with each other, and even throughout the whole thing, they're still referring to each other by their surnames, and it's funny. Like, he's generally seen as the guy that taught Germans to laugh, and I do consider him to be one of Europe's best entertainers. Even though I poke fun at Germany a lot. Like, whenever I make fun of national stereotypes, Germany is one of my favorite targets. And even I won't deny it's pretty good. And even still, I don't hate Germany. It's just, they're just easy to poke fun at from a British perspective. But with that knowledge in mind, yeah, I would totally recommend his stuff. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name right, but that is how it's spelled.
What was his name again?
Laureate, or if that's pronouncing it right, it's Loriot. I think that's how you spell it.
Okay. Vico von Bulow. Vico von Bulow. I know that Laureate is his stage name. So.
Oh, that must be it. That must just be his stage name.
Yeah.
When I was younger, in train show that showed trains from all over the world, but this was made by a German railroad enthusiast, an old guy, and I believe he's in his 80s now, I think. But are you guys familiar with the tune do 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 do?
I think that does sound a little familiar, but I don't think I'm enough of an authority to jump in and say I know that one.
But yeah, that's the intro music to the show. And actually, one of my favorite episodes was when they went to Steamtown. They went to Russia. They went to China several times. I believe they went to Canada once. But mainly they do German and Austrian locomotives.
Okay.
So if you're familiar with Lorry Goes Loco, or
Lorry Goes Loco, yeah.
Or what's the other? Steam Locos and Profile? It's kind of those stuff, but more of like tells you the history of not just the engines but the railways and why they were built. So very interesting show. Highly would recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
But yes. Okay, so if I had to make a Thomas and Friends series, and if it had to be based in Germany, this locomotive would be definitely Gordon. I can see Gordon being a German Class 01. What do you guys think?
That looks good.
Yeah, I'd see it too.
I know that in his native Great Britain, Gordon is a Gresley A1 because that was the first kind of steam engine to hit 100 miles an hour. And so obviously they wanted him to be a fast express engine like that. So is this similarly fast and similarly capable as an express engine?
I know that sister class, later classes, I believe it's a Class 03, at one time broke the world speed record in 1936 for the Berlin Olympics that year.
Oh, well, then in that case, I guess this would make a perfect Gordon. Well, a German Gordon.
Yep.
But
I believe it was a Class 03. It was a streamlined one, and I believe it went 124. Someone correct me in the comments. But obviously, that didn't last. In 1938, Mallard broke the world speed record officially at 126, and now people in Pennsylvania are now claiming that the T1 did it, which I'm not a fan of the T1 because I'm a New York Central guy, so
If I'm being completely honest, I'm interested, but I'm not going to believe it until it's been proven. Like, I'm the kind of guy who wants to go on cold, hard fact. And as far as what we know, the Mallard, that is to the make and model, the Gresley A4 is the fastest steam engine ever built. The Gresley A4, fastest make and model of steam engine of all time. And that would make any Gresley A4 similarly capable of 128 miles per hour. So, any of the surviving ones, I hope one day, sometime, we'll get to see them finally pushed to their limit again.
I will say this about Mallard. I feel like nowadays, especially because a lot of people here in the United States like the T1, they're kind of like more on the T1 side of things. But I'm not one of those people. I love British engines. And I think Mallard, correct me guys if I'm wrong, I believe Sir Nigel Gresley was planning in 1939 to have another A4 try to hit 130. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
I do not know, so I would not have the expertise to do so.
I believe that was correct. Like they wanted to continue doing speed tests as well, but then the war broke out, and so they had to put that on the back burner.
Yep. But
Britain had to save the world from fascism.
Yep.
Mhm.
The not so the worse bad the badder F word.
Mhm.
And you know what the bad word is. We can't see it on YouTube because if we say it too many times, YouTube is weird when it comes to swear words, I will say.
Yeah, it is weird. But fortunately, in the end, Britain did save the world from it. So mission accomplished. Dust your hands off. Let's get back to trains.
Indeed. And I believe some of these, correct me if I'm wrong, some of the old ones were actually sent to Poland after World War II as war.
Oh, well, in that case, how many of them still exist?
I do not know. Silver Band, do you know how many Class 01s survived today?
Let me look it up real quick.
Okay. But this one has
There, well, according to Wikipedia, which is a very reliable source, apparently there are 17 still in preservation.
wow. That's impressive.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know plenty of them.
Yeah. But
I can
there are 1, 2, 3, 4, but there are 5 currently in operation, and the rest of them are not in operation.
they can tell stories for years to come.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
But I can definitely tell you this. One of the most numerous class of German locomotives is the Class 52, other known as the Kriegslok, or war locomotives.
Mm-hmm.
There, fun fact, Beetle, there are some that are still used today, not as museum pieces, not as for Heritage Railway or Tourist Railroad.
But commercially?
Yeah, they are in Bosnia.
Holy smokes! They still use steam engines commercially?
In Bosnia.
Well, apparently the island of Sodor is not the only place in the world where you can still see a steam engine being used commercially.
Well, Sodor, if you guys watch his series Rail Tours, they talk about another country that's kept steam actually until last 2 years ago, I believe. China.
What?
Yep.
Oh
China.
yeah, I remember China. It's amazing how long they've kept their steam engines running.
Yeah.
And perhaps now, since I got my head kind of clear, maybe I could talk about that, if that's okay.
Right. That is perfectly fine with me.
All right. So basically, when I started making my layout in its current state, currently it's 9.5 by 16 foot. I had one of my friends over, and he said, "You know what? You got this big old layout. You got all the Thomas Bachman guys. You should make stories with it." And so I was kind of so I knew I wanted to make. I knew I wanted to do something with it because I felt inspired by his words, but I wasn't quite sure what I wanted to do. But then I decided I wanted to tell original stories, and I already had a pretty sizable model train collection at the time, and so I said to myself, what would happen if these engines came to Sodor? They had visitors in the past, in the television series and in the book, so it would make sense in the universe. And so I met up with this friend again, and and I said, you know what? Have you ever seen the new Scooby Doo movies? It was like the second iteration of Scooby Doo, and every single episode they would have like a guest star, like Dick Van Dyke
Oh, I've been a fan of Scooby Doo for a long time. Damn right, I've seen them.
yeah. So you know what I'm talking about then. Yeah.
Of course I do. I know exactly what you're talking about. And if I
Yes.
remember correctly, each episode started with a scene of a train. Like like the intro to it. Or am I thinking? Am I thinking of?
I think you're thinking of Scooby Doo and Scrappy Doo.
Oh yes, I am. I am thinking of that. Yeah,
Yes.
pardon me.
Yeah. So So I'm like, okay, well, what if? So that's what I kind of decided to do. Just kind of base it around that. And so far, it's been rather favorable. I have 3 seasons of 13 episodes I've been producing throughout the previous 3 summers, but work got a little busy, so the fourth summer has been on the back burner for about a year. But I do have the stories written. I just gotta make time to like go down there and film it.
I see.
Yeah, and I'm always still kind of adding things to the layout as well. So
I see.
mhm.
Could we guess in saying that guess what engines could be in the next season of Rail Tours?
Yeah, yeah, you can try it. I kind of want to keep it a secret till the episode is set to premiere, but yeah, I can take some guesses.
I know for sure you kind of were a little hesitant to share your really cool custom model of a Russian decapod steam engine due to the
Oh,
war in Ukraine.
oh yeah, that. Um, I may or may not have a story based around that. I'm kind of I may switch out one character for another if the feeling so comes to me. But
Okay.
yeah.
Now, me being a Canadian steam enthusiast, could we get an Empress 2816?
I do have Empress. I do have a
Yes!
story done for.
That's my favorite steam engine. Oh
Yeah.
my.
I got Hudson last year, so of course I had to get Empress.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Could we see any more engines outside of Europe and North America? Like,
Very few. I mean, most of the stuff I have is British and North American. So there. I want to say yes, but don't hold me to it. I'm sorry.
no, that is okay. No
Yeah.
rush, my friend.
Oh, no rush whatsoever.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, if like I said, I have the scripts written, but I'm finalizing them. Um, so, and I do have some ideas for some of the ones I have. Um, so definitely. Definitely look out for them. Um, like I say, I I do have some non-British and non-North American engines, so I'll just let everybody know when it's about to come out.
Okay. Could we guess, since it's Marklin Day, I guess, here in the Mr.RailYard 210, could we see any German locomotives?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, your layout too is amazing on itself. You know, and I believe last year you expanded it a little bit.
Yeah. Right now it's currently at 9.5 by 16 foot, and
Wow.
and due to the size restrictions of getting around the basement, that's all I plan on making. It's
Okay.
just gonna stay that size.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. If I had more space, I would expand it.
I see. And you were originally planning to make a little Skarloey railway.
Yeah, but during the planning stages, I tried to fit in like a little section on like the very very edge of the table for the Skarloey engines, but like this just doesn't look good at all. So I ended up tearing it up. But
I see.
but if I do eventually get some space, I'd like to have like a little separate layout for them.
Oh, that would be cool.
Yeah, just like a little maybe 2 by 3 foot table. It's nothing too big.
Indeed. And I
Mhm.
believe there's another guy in the Thomas and Friends fandom. I think it's Unlucky Tug, if I'm correct.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
did the little narrow gauge track, had the narrow gauge line and then the standard gauge.
yeah. His stuff's really cool. It's been a while since I've seen any of his layout updates, but I didn't know he implemented that, and I liked what I had to see.
Indeed. But
Mhm.
I will say, in terms of Railfan and Tom's and Friends layouts, YouTube layouts, yours is right up there, like in my top 5.
Thank you.
Yes, right up there with my good friends at GFW Trains. So
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Yeah, I'm very proud of my layout. I'm glad I'm able to share it all with the world, be it Thomas fans or Rail fans or anything like that.
yeah. Well, I'm more of a Rail fan, but I love Thomas. I'm more into like Wilbert himself, like what got him interested in making the stories originally.
Right,
That's kind of
right.
my main
When
interest
it
with
comes to
Thomas.
me, I am a big fan of Thomas, but I am also just a big fan of Rail in general. I do believe that Rail is something every country ought to have, especially good. Well, the oh, pardon me, I
Bless
sneezed.
you.
I think every country should have good and well-developed passenger rail for many reasons. I mean, not only is it lots of fun, it's also very practical. It is way more efficient than highways. It is, in general, if the national highway system here in the U.S. were suddenly demolished and replaced with a huge network of passenger and freight rail, that would ultimately be a net positive, and I say that as a car enthusiast. So, I'm just saying that from a purely practical standpoint, trains are an objective good. They
Oh, yeah,
work. The reason
course.
why trains haven't been phased out since the 1800s is simply because they're just that efficient. So, not only do I love them from an wow, that cool big machine is amazing perspective, I also love them from a simple practical perspective. They work.
Oh,
Yeah.
indeed.
hmm
Unfortunately, we don't have many. I know we
I
talk about like passenger rail here in the U.S., but honestly, the country that has the least passenger rail in North America is actually Mexico.
Yeah, I know that Mexico does have some problems with urban sprawl and car dependency. Like, you
Yep.
can like cars and know that forcing that designing a city around a car usually isn't a good idea. Like, it is like, you can like cars. I like automobiles, and even I know that designing your city so that you have to have a car to get around is a net negative. Like,
Indeed.
like, it just makes it more difficult for people to travel. It goes out of its way to it makes it basically so that you've locked society behind a paywall, so that people can only participate in society if they can afford a car. So having good public transit would also have some economic benefits, because it would result in more people able to come out, get jobs, and become part of society. So this is a net good for everybody.
Right. Of course, yeah.
Indeed.
Shep, I know we've been talking trains a lot, but I don't mean to interrupt anything. But shall we continue with the Marklin catalog?
All right. Let's
Let's
take
see
a
what
look.
they got.
Oh, these I don't know what this specific train. I don't think it's no, this is not the Rheingold. The Rheingold's a completely different train, but
It's express.
service like between probably Berlin or
Mhm.
Munich or wherever in Germany. So I'm not, like I said, I am not an expert on German passenger trains. I'm more of an expert on the locomotives. So if you guys know more about German passenger trains, please let me know, like the express trains.
Mhm. I mean, they have a little blurb up in the corner there. That kind
A
of
little blurb?
yeah, a little blurb. Like if you go back up, like there's
Yeah.
a little blurb right there that tells you a bit about it.
Oh, where's the blur?
Right here, the blurb, like prototype, like right
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. Yeah. Okay.
there. Yeah. I mean, it's a little bit of information, but it still works.
Indeed. But these look very nice behind this. This is, like I said, if I had to say, if Gordon had to be a German locomotive tomorrow, this would be it, and the passenger cars would look just like this.
Right.
So,
Like, from what you told me about that engine, yes, this would be the German Gordon, but it'd take a little while to get used to.
indeed. Well, fun fact: most of the Thompson Friends characters were like the kit stuff, like in the original Gauge 1 models. They're actually a lot of the parts were from Marklin, I believe.
Really? You mean the parts that appeared in the show, like
Yeah.
what they filmed with the models?
Because if you look at the valve gear on, like, say, Gordon, for example, they're actually German wall shirts.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is the last thing I expected. I would have assumed that they would have locally sourced the parts.
Nope. Marklin made the Gauge 1. Well, my apologies. We got some noise over here.
That is some cool stuff to learn. I guess we all owe Marklin a big thank you.
Yeah. Yep.
Mhm.
I don't know if you were familiar with that, Silver Band, too, but a lot of the parts on Thomas were from Germany.
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
And
yeah,
I
with,
believe,
oh yeah, go ahead.
sorry, I believe they also had a German engine in the show, but they didn't have it for, like, as the main thing for obvious reasons. But you can see it in the background, a German tank engine. I believe it was like, I don't
Yeah,
remember the class.
The class 08.
Oh yeah. The little shunting German engine. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, that one looks so cool. But yeah, I do apologize about the noise outside. They're having my family's having stuff down there to have some fun stuff down there too. So
That's all right.
Ooh, this is a very underrated German engine. This is a class 59, and it is a 2 1 2 6 8 212.0. It's a 212.0. You got to be kidding me. It's
Yeah.
a 212.0. Wow. That is impressive, because usually you had 10 wheels. driving
Yeah.
wheels. Dang.
Now, do all those drive wheels, have flanges?
I have no idea. Hold on, I'm gonna take a look. Oh yeah, look. Well, these two look like they're blind.
Right.
So, all
Yes.
right.
I have to say, yeah. If they were heavy goods engines, they probably need 12 wheels.
Indeed. And I
Mhm.
believe. Okay, so these I don't know when these were built. So, like I said, I don't know every single German engine, but if someone in YouTube land knows more than I do, please let me know.
Mhm.
And then we got some tanker wagons. Those are cool.
Mhm.
Oh, this is cool. This looks like one of those rail buses. This is a class.
It is. Yeah, it is a rail bus. The pig snout.
Ooh, the pig
Yeah.
snout. That is a very interesting looking rail car. Look at wow. This is amazing. Look at the detail.
That's not half bad looking.
Mhm.
Holy man, this would be nice to have like on a small route where you like for like very tight curves of stuff, like on a
Mhm.
branch line, whatever. This would be perfect.
May
Oh,
I just ask, where
where what?
where are these things for sale?
Well,
You can get them at Marklin or at your local hobby shop. I am not sponsored by these people, but if model trains, I would highly check out Train World and Train Land over in New York State. Very nice people over there.
yeah, and
Well, that's
actually,
very far away from me, so that's a bit impractical.
Do have a big
actually,
online presence.
actually, if you want like German specific, like continental Europe specific stuff, I'm gonna put it in the chat. Right,
All right.
it's a place out of like kind of out of Chicago, like an hour west of Chicago.
Oh, that's cool. I'm originally from the Chicago area.
Okay,
Really?
so have you heard of?
That's a place I'd like to visit.
Mhm. So have you heard of these guys, Reynolds Euro Imports?
Oh yeah, aren't they the ones that made the video on the Kato N scale train like 1988 Orient Express because I remember a video where they'd had like a train set these North American train shop, but they mainly sell European stuff. They had the N scale Orient Express that ran from Paris to Hong Kong, I believe. I kid you not. They
That
had a whole
I'm not sure of. Right.
uh,
That I'm not sure, but if you go to their website, they have pretty much all of these are pre-ordered. They specialize in this stuff like Marklin, all the big continental European brands.
I see.
Mhm.
Well, this kind of looks like Diesel. Well, no, this doesn't look like. Well, this could be like Diesel if he was German.
Yeah.
So, looks like a Diesel
Excuse me.
hydraulic. Oh.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I might have a sort of a story to tell for something like this, but
Mhm.
I don't think this is the right class. This is an 01, but there's a class called an 8. I can't remember, but there currently in Germany has the fastest operational steam locomotive in the world, and it's similar to this guy right here, but it's a Hudson, I believe.
Well, that's some neat news. But with that knowledge in mind, I could have sworn that the Gresley A4s were still running in England. So, how are they, if they're still operational, and I could have sworn that they were still running and still in operational condition, how are they not the fastest when the Grizzly A4 is the fastest steam engine that's ever been built?
I don't think none of the A4s are operational currently. But you also have to remember...
Actually, Sir Nigel Gresley is fully operational.
Yeah, I could swear I saw them running. I saw them pulling trains in videos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Union of South Africa.
I'm talking to people. The fastest regularly operating engine that's operational at the moment is from Germany.
Oh yeah, the DB18 number 201.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's a very much a.
How fast can it go then?
I believe 100, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, the Grizzly A4 can do 128, so there's that.
They can go 128. 118. But the thing that's pretty cool about them is, unlike most European engines, German engine, not just this engine, but a lot of the German locomotives actually.
What they have? I'm sorry, your mic cut out there.
A lot of German engines were actually oil fired.
Oil fire?
Yeah.
I'm aware of the existence of oil burners and the existence of steam engines, and that's cool. I know that only a few of them existed in the UK. I know the vast majority of British steam engines they burn coal. So this is definitely a change of pace.
Yeah, and with the new laws over there that are gonna limit like coal importation, I think we're gonna see a rise in oil burning steam engines in Britain.
And I'll be real here. I can't say that I'm not used to oil burning engines, because in America we have a long history of oil fired steam locomotives and converted engines to oil fire. And I believe one of the next engines to be converted to oil is actually the Milwaukee Road 261 out of St. Paul, when it goes down for the Milwaukee Road. Yeah. That engine, I believe, because I know, if you guys are familiar with Union Pacific, those engines, the 3985 and 5511, the Challenger and the Santa Fe type from Union Pacific, the same people that own those engines own 261. And then their official name is Railroading Heritage of Midwest America, and I believe they will move 261 to Silvis, Illinois from St. Paul. That organization...
Sorry, real quick, guys. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
That is okay.
Yeah.
But are you familiar with the Railroad Heritage of Midwest America?
They're the ones that have the Challenger and that one Union Pacific diesel now, right?
Are you familiar with that organization a lot, or no?
Yeah. Well, I said they're the ones that have the 3985 Challenger and that one Union Pacific diesel, right?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I'm familiar that they have those engines, but I'm not like super familiar with them.
They just came out with their latest diesel locomotive, which is actually kind of unique because you don't see too many more very modern locomotives in preservation. They preserved a Santa Fe -8 B40 I can't remember, but it's a 4-axle -8, and it's painted up in Santa Fe colors, and they just restored it, and it's really nice looking too.
You say it's the what was it called again? The Midwest Steam
Railroading Heritage of Midwest America. They got a really cool web.
Heritage.
Have 5511, which is the Santa Fe type from Union Pacific. The Challenger 3985. They have the UP Centennial, the Santa Fe engine, and then they got a whole rank of Union Pacific passenger cars.
The 537. That's the one they restored. Sorry, I'm just looking on their website right now.
No. And I believe these are just rumors right now. Another one. I can't confirm or deny that, but I heard rumors about getting another engine, steam engine. So
Okay.
And if you're familiar with steam.
Hey,
Empress.
your mic
The
cut out.
Empress was actually the. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
The Empress was actually the very first steam locomotive, actually very first visiting locomotive on the property.
Oh, really?
In 2024. Yep.
Nice.
June of 2024.
Yeah, I'm kind of far away from where all that stuff was happening, so I haven't actually seen 2816 up close. There's actually a lot of engines that I haven't seen yet. So
Steamtown.
What was that?
Steamtown National Historic Site.
That's another one that I wanna see. Yeah, I've been to Strasbourg plenty of times, but I was gonna go to Steamtown on one of those days, but I was just exhausted, so I skipped it. But I hope to go one day.
Yeah, they have a very similar locomotive to 28.
I'm back, guys.
Hello.
It's called 2317. It's actually called a G3. It's a Pacific type.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, those were the bases for 2816 because 2816 is a Hudson. So it's basically a bigger version of the G3s.
Okay. And then those Hudsons were replaced by
the Royal Hudsons.
Yeah, those were replaced by the Royal Hudsons, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then you had the Selkirks, which mainly worked in like the mountainous stretch between like Calgary and Port Moody, Vancouver area.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, Canadian steam is my thing. I love Canadian steam engines.
All right. Since you do, let me ask you this.
Yep.
Since the Royal Hudsons, like 2850, and Empress 2816,
Empress
both...
is not a Royal Hudson. It's a standard.
Okay, standard Hudson. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
No, that is okay. People get it mixed up all the time. You are not alone. I just thought I would. A lot of the Canadian Pacific guys will correct you on the spot about that.
Okay, all right.
From what I know.
So, all right. So let me rephrase it then. If both the Standard and Royal Hudsons were both built at the Montreal Locomotive Works,
yep,
what percentage of them would end up having a French Canadian accent?
That's actually a very good question because if we're talking like in the Thomas universe, I would say half of them. I would say mainly the Royal Hudsons would have a French accent. I wouldn't say 2850 would have a French accent or 2860. Her, let's call her more famous sister. Right. 2850.
I didn't know that Quebec had its own accent. I mean, I've been to Quebec before, but all the people I spoke to there spoke no different from any of the other Canadians I ran into during my trip across Canada.
you got to remember in Canada they have two languages. They have English and French.
I
Yeah.
know, but I mean, all the people in Quebec who spoke English, they spoke to me in the exact same accent that everybody else spoke, which sounded very northern. It didn't. Let's just say that they spoke very similarly to me, although even though I could not hear much difference in the way they spoke compared to me, they could still tell I was American by my accent. And I was like,
Wow.
you can? I mean, I don't think we sound all that different. Do we really sound that way?
I'll give you an example. 2850. Or actually, I'll do 2860. Well, I'll do a Royal Hudson voice, a standard Canadian voice for Royal Hudson.
Yeah.
Oh, how's it going? My name is Tim. I'm a Royal Hudson 2839. I currently reside in California because someone sold me to California for some reason. I worked for the
Yeah.
Southern Steam program, and I love meeting new people. So, yeah, let's go get some Tim Hortons, eh?
I know that that's the stereotype of how Canadians talk, but all the people in Canada that I met did not talk like that. Like, believe it or not, I had never heard of that stereotype before I went to Canada. They're the ones who introduced it to me through jokes, and I was like, wait, really? Is that a stereotype of you? Like, I didn't know that about the A stereotype and all that. I didn't know about any of it, but the Canadians, they're the ones who told me about it. And so yeah, from the Canadians I met sounded a lot more like me. Like but yeah, like I said, they could tell I was American just by my accents, and I was still so confused. I was like, really? I don't think we sound all that different. What do you think? I was
I can definitely tell who's Canadian and who's not. Because you have to remember they have a voice kind of like, hey, Bob, how's it going? You know, kind of like.
And even when I was voicing Hudson for my series 2850, I just used my standard my normal voice, but I changed up the way I said certain words. Like the only thing you could tell is when I said sorry.
Yeah, you can definitely hear that.
That's like the only thing I did. But I'm thinking for if I do 2816, I am going to make her a francophone, and so and she is going to be very jealous.
2816.
Yeah, and she is going to be.
2816
Oh, what's up?
Sorry, 2816 would be because I'm actually working on a movie about 2816. My version, now anybody's can be different, would be mid Canada, like an Alberta accent, but like very posh, like very English poshy kind of sound.
Yeah.
But I'd love to see someone do the Empress in a French accent. I would love to see that.
Yeah. That's what I was planning on doing. Like, I am very aware of Monsieur Hudson. I used to be the one pulling the main passenger trains for Canadian Pacific, but then they had to introduce the Royal Hudsons, and I got demoted. I am most upset.
Yep.
If you ever need a voice actor for an accent, you come to me. I can do just about any accent.
All right.
Hey, you want to get a la baguette?
There was only one way to get my job back.
All right.
About Canada, and now we're talking about France.
You just name an accent, and I can do it.
But
keep that in mind. Hey guys, I actually had to head out now. Sorry I couldn't stay with you for the whole stream.
Well, it was great to see you.
Hey, it was an honor to have you on my stream, and I hope we can have you again sometime.
Okay, yeah, looking forward to Mr.RailYard Beetle Show. Great to meet you. Sorry, I was a little bit stuttery when I first came on, but
don't worry, I do that too.
Worry.
All right. Okay, all right. You guys take care. You have a good night.
You too.
All right, see ya.
Yep.
He
You know
was
what?
nice.
Yeah, he is a great person, and check out his Rail Tours series. He's got a really cool series. Please go check it out. It's really cool. It's really great. Now, before I go back to Germany, I want to do a quick crash course on Canadian steam, passenger steam mainly. Canadian Pacific
All right.
passenger steam.
Let's see what you
Just
got.
because I did explain a little bit to Silver Band. I tried not to be rude about it, but it bothers me very much. It bothers me very much. Yeah, I'm the train master from San Juan. No, if you guys are familiar with that show, but no, I don't correct people. I don't want to be like that kind of guy. Like, oh no, you're wrong. That's exit compass. If I sound like that, guys, I do apologize. But I try to make sure that, especially Canadian steam, is my expertise, and that I have friends who know more. And actually, I do. I don't usually say this in public. I do talk to one of the steam guys from CPKC Railway. Very nice gentleman, by the way. Shout out to him. Guy, you know who you are. Shout out to you, man. You are awesome. But crash course. So Canadian Pacific, just like any other railroad in the 1800s in U.S. and Canada, had 440s. And then they had, for a brief time, Atlantics. Interestingly enough, people didn't know, but they didn't last too long. Then they introduced what we call the G1 Pacifics, and then the G2s. The G2s turned out to be more successful, so they made more G2s. And then in the 1920s, we had the predecessor to the Empress, the G3 class of Pacifics. Those were built in the early to mid 1920s. And then in 28, they built two experimental 484 Northern type steam engines for Canadian Pacific. Canadian Pacific was like, I prefer something smaller. And you know what's funny? There were only two made. You want to know how many of them survive?
How many?
Both.
Well,
They both survived.
that's lucky. That's a lucky break.
So yeah, there's a class of steam engines out there that all the surviving members, all the members of that class survived. And it's the Canadian Pacific K1As. So, and then
Who runs them? Like, where can you find them running today?
they're all on staggered display. One is in Saskatchewan, and that's number 3101, and then 3100 is in the Canada Science and Technology Museum, with another famous engine I will get to very quickly. So they didn't like those too much, and they were assigned between Toronto and Montreal on night trains, mainly night express trains. In 1928, Canadian Pacific got a new chief mechanical engineer, or like in American terms, chief of motive power. That's kind of the American term. His name was Henry B. Bowen. Now, fun fact, Bowen was actually from the UK. He was originally born in the United Kingdom.
I know that Britain and Canada collaborate on a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, indeed. Then in 1928, he designed the very first of the freight engines, called the mainly they were freight engines, but they mainly assist the smaller Hudsons that he would later design. In 1929, as the Depression just got started, Canadian Pacific ordered 2809, and they were called the H1As. The next year, they bought H1Bs, another 10 members. And 2816 is the part of the second batch. Those engines are called Royal. They are not Royal Hudsons. I know people say they're Royal Hudsons, and I know people get them confused, but they're not Royal Hudsons. They're called standard Hudsons, or just Hudsons in general. 1937, Canadian Pacific's like, hey, yo, you know what? I'm going to do something funny. Yo, what's up? Yeah, give me more Hudsons. And make them streamlined. Yeah, streamline them like the stuff Yankee do, eh? Yeah, streamline them. And H.B. Bone said, okay, and built 2 batches of what would later become Royal Hudsons. In 1939, King George VI and Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, rode behind a H1 H1D called 2850. After that, the king was so impressed by those steam engines that he dubbed all semi-streamlined Hudson-type steam engines. So basically, streamlined Hudsons. So that's why I'm saying the 2 earlier ones are not called Royal Hudsons. They're standard. So all streamlined engines, all streamlined Hudson-type locomotives were called Royal Hudsons. And then they built the last ones in 1940, and the last one were built, they were assigned to the Vancouver area, because you got to remember they burned 2 types of fuel in the CPR. They burned coal and they burned oil. In the western provinces, they burned oil. In the eastern, they burned coal. And then in 2816 is what we call an eastern locomotive, so it would have been a coal burner. But currently it's an oil-fired engine, because when it was first restored by Canadian Pacific, they never had intentions to keep it a coal burner for obvious reasons. They now burn oil, and according to the engineer, the main steam guy at CPKC, Jonathan Morse, it could burn renewable fuel oils. So the Empress, you could say, is a green locomotive. You could say. Back to the G class Hudsons. They built the G4s, which were the less successful, the G3s. In 1944, during World War II, they built what they were called the G5s. Those were the very last steam engines built for the CPR. And the first 2 were actually the last locomotives built by the CPR themselves at Angus. And remember when I said there was a more famous engine at the Science Museum, Science and Technology Museum in Canada?
Yeah.
That's 1201. So they numbered them 1200 to 1301, I think, or 1300. So they built well over 100 of those locomotives, and only 7 of them still remain, which is quite incredible for those engines were built. One is actually in Ohio, Beetle.
Really? Where?
Yeah, at Age of Steam.
Oh, that's the place. I remember.
Actually two. Because they got the one from Gettysburg, which actually was the reason why we now have more stricter restriction for steam locomotives. Yeah, so you have 1201, and then all the other sisters were sent all over the U.S. and Canada. And actually, one number 1238 is actually currently being restored by the Waterloo Central Railway. So if you guys want to support them, donate to them, I will send you guys a link here shortly. So, all right. And then in terms of external stars, yes, you have 2816. She was not the first Canadian engine to be restored, obviously. She was in the movie Rocky Mountain Express, and her claim to fame now is she's been to all 3 North American countries. But before then, you had 2839, which ran for the Southern Railway. 2850 never ran an excursion service. And then the next one, 2860, ran for the British Columbian Railways, or BC Rail, for their steam program, alongside a smaller Canadian Pacific engine, a consolidation, number 3716. They ran those steam excursions until 1999, when they canceled them due to the merger of CN and BC Rail. And then they revived it between 2006 and 2011, 12-ish, when its flue time expired. And that engine, 2860, has been all the way down to LA. So one of them is a permanent resident in California. And that's your crash course Canadian Pacific passenger steam. Yeah, we went through a lot. Sorry, Beetle, if I went a little off track. Punt in.
Oh no, don't worry. You didn't go off track. I'm just sitting here listening.
But Anthony,
I mean,
hey,
I've
Randall.
monologued quite a bit too, so I'd be a big hypocrite if I complained.
That is cool to hear, Randall. Hey, Randall, do you want me to get you in the stream again? I'll send a link. Hold on. Sorry if I didn't get to your questions. I just decided to go crash course Canadian Pacific passenger. Shall we? These look nice. Oh, these are nice. Are you familiar with the class? Beetle? Hello? Oh, you there? Sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
All right. So
Don't
this
worry,
is
you
a
haven't
class
lost me.
44. These were very good engines. And
From everything you've said, then I get the impression they were.
yep. And and then there was another class of German locomotive, because Germany had several classes of 210O decapod steam engines. And this is more to represent a post-World War II era freight train. This is a class 51. This is the basis for the class 52. And actually, fun fact, the class 50 or 49, one of those decapods, Germany liked those engines so much that Germany, during World War II, when they were expanding all over the place, they said basically the German government, the German government said, no, we are not taking them out of Germany. We're not taking them to help the war effort. We need them here in Germany to do their job. That's how much they liked these engines. They were very good at their job. And after World War II, when Germany was split between East and West, they were very good workhorses. Class 44 is an icon of German freight haulers. Yes, sir. These engines are icons of German. Germans really know how to make fine locomotives. And you have to remember too, the engines that came after it, the class 52s, they were only meant to last 90 days, maybe a year, two, maybe the end of the war. They still used the class 52s in Bosnia for regular service in a coal mine, between coal mines. I kid you not. And then several of them were sent to Russia. One ended up in Vietnam. Several ended up in China. Several ended up in France. And actually one did made it to the U.S. with a German passenger engine. They were used as experiments by the American Army. I said, well, you guys, that's my bet. But these, and I believe before the war, they were used by the German Army, particularly. But after World War II, they were used by the U.S. Army as a test. And unfortunately, as a preservationist, you wish they would preserve them because they're unique. But They scrapped the Class 52 and the 03, I believe, in 1955, I believe. So, no, we do not have any standard gauge German engines, but we do have several 2-foot narrow gauge locomotives from Germany and Austria and Czechoslovakia. We have so many unique stuff in the United States. I could go down the list. Beetle, I kid you not. I can go down a list for you, and I can tell you about any engine you want from Germany or any country. So, but yeah, these are like if you're like, let's use some car terminology here. In your opinion, Beetle, what is the best, like the most powerful car, like the most horsepower, like an icon of the car and an icon of their country? Let's say Germany, for example.
Oh, so you want to know what the most powerful car in the history of the world just by raw horsepower is?
Yeah.
Well, if we're going by raw horsepower, and I think this is worth mentioning, just because a car has more horsepower doesn't mean it's faster. There is a lot of factors that go into it. There are indeed some cars with less horsepower that are faster with some cars with more. Horsepower is just a measure of raw engine power. And there's a lot of factors that go into it. So occasionally this can be misleading. But if we are going by raw horsepower, let me get you some info.
But yeah, we got a long ways to go, guys, and it's almost been 2 hours.
The most powerful car in the entire world as it stands, just by raw horsepower, is a Swedish supercar called the Koenigsegg Gemera. Koenigsegg is a Swedish manufacturer of high-performance exotic cars. They got their start back in the 1990s, and ever since then, they have become a top-class exotic car manufacturer that regularly competes with the likes of Ferrari, Lamborghini, all the big names. And the Gemera is one of their recent designs. And it is a hybrid with a few electric motors in it and a 3-cylinder turbo engine. And the highest end version of it does 2,300 horsepower, making it the highest horsepower car in the world at the moment.
Wow. So let's take that car, for example. These are not the most powerful steam locomotives in the world, but these locomotives are basically icons of German railroad heritage. And these are iconic, and these can haul a lot of stuff. They can haul a lot of, I believe some at the later, because Germany actually retired a lot of these by the mid 70s, I believe, in West Germany. So, yeah, long heritage, Beetle. So, if we take that comparison, this would be the car equivalent of these German locomotives are very iconic. And there's several iconic locomotives like Flying Scotsman, the Big Boy, the Empress, the Royal Hudsons, the QJs. The list goes on. But yeah, back to Beetle. Beetle? Should we continue?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Sorry, should we continue?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so this is German. Okay, yeah, German. Okay. And this is a class 193. I don't know much about electric locomotives. Hey, Anthony Dodge. Subscribe to him, people. Anthony know very much about it. Sorry. Please, someone tell me about this. But it does look nice. The features on it look nice, and I'm just gonna say this: this is more worth your money than the freaking Lionel catalog we took a look at yesterday. Look at this. Oh, look at this passenger car here, Beetle. What do you think of this guy?
Let me have myself a look.
It's a postal car, mail car. That's cool.
I'll get you a look in 1 second.
I thought Dodge Demon. Yes, those are good cars. Dodge is a pretty good motor company. I like Dodge. I like Ford. I like them all. Oh, Beetle just did another whoopsie on it. Hey, Hey, Randall, how's it going?
Hey, what's happening?
Oh, not much. We are looking at a much better model train company. Let's call it. It's called Marklin. Beetle just left again.
I've heard of them.
I didn't.
A good friend of mine operates Marklin, I believe, by the name of Anthony Dodge.
Oh yeah, Anthony Dodge, a good friend of the channel.
Yes, indeed.
But yeah, Anthony, I need you to tell me what this is. Tell me more. I need to know the facts.
Oh, Blunder.
No,
I do have some unfortunate information for you. Dodge.
Beetle is cutting out.
I got some rather unfortunate news for you.
Yeah.
Dodge is not really all that good of a car maker. Their
Oh,
vehicles are.
Oh, no, that's not going to fly.
Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go there.
They're very unreliable.
That's not going to fly.
By Anthony.
Like, sure, they make some powerful cars, but at the same time, they are not very well put together.
I'll be right back, Luke. I got to throw some trash away.
All right, sounds good. But yeah, Beetle, whenever Anthony's.
Is he a fan of Dodge?
Oh, yeah. That is a 1970s, 1980s post office card. Oh, that's cool. Oh, and hey, guys, look, it's Randall. Randall in the Flash. He's talking to a railroad employee. By the way, if you guys don't know, my friend Randall actually is kind of like an Uber for railroad.
Well, I guess then Anthony and I are rivals because I'm an import guy.
From trains. So he's got a lot of information about the trains. Dude, look at my name. I am. So don't talk. So Beetle, we have learned a lesson today. What's the lesson?
Well, the lesson is that he and I are rivals because I'm an import fan.
Oh no. But holy cow.
In the car community, I think you should know this. There's a big divide between American-made muscle cars and import tuner cars. There's a big rivalry between them. Basically, if you drive a Nissan Z, you basically have to hate the guy next to you in the Ford Mustang. It's just kind of the law. So I guess we're rivals.
Indeed. Hey Randall, what's the railroad update?
I am here in Hutchinson, Kansas, or Harrington, Kansas. My bad. This is the Union Pacific.
Oh, UP. I thought you do only BNSF.
Normally I am on BNSF, but they sent me out here as a bar out, and I'm here indefinitely. So.
Oh wow! Look at that. We got a TRX tank cars. Oh, Emily's back again. Hello, Emily.
Yep. It was originally supposed to end on January 10th, but then they extended it, and there's no end date. So I figured we just go for. I figured we would have our ride along camera going back to Pratt, Kansas. So
all right.
Or however far you guys want to continue the live stream.
Oh, Apparently, Anthony doesn't want to be rivals, but neither do I really. I'm just making fun of stereotypes.
hey, we're all friends here at the Mr.RailYard YouTube channel.
That's like I said, there's just a stereotype that import fans and muscle car fans are rivals.
Indeed. But hey, we're here mainly for trains, and I guess has been a hell of a boss. So
The interesting thing about this UP train's got NS power on the point.
enjoying a nice car ride from winter. Really?
Yeah, I pulled up here to the depot and I noticed it has NS motors on it. So a little bit
smart.
unusual. That's rare seeing that here on UP, but BNSF is a different story. NS is our most common non-BNSF power on the fair set.
That's a lot more ice on your road than what I'm dealing with where I live.
Yeah, they got quite a bit of snow and ice out here, so I want to see if I can scoot that up enough to where you guys can see what's.
Nope. Randall's out. All right, back to Marklin, I guess.
Let's just say that I've in my local area, I've had to walk to work through the ice. It is not fun at all, but the roads are mostly clear now. It's the sidewalks that are the problem.
Oh, I see, Randall. Sorry, Anthony. Gosh, why am I getting people's names mixed up? Why do I? I guess that's a classic.
I do that too.
Classic Mr.RailYard getting names mixed up. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, this is a nice diesel. Looks like more like a freight engine. It's a class 211, and it looks like it's pulling some past. Looks like commuter cars because they have the commuter looking doors in the middle, but they have those are cool, and these are type. I can't read that all. I am not an expert when it comes to continental European stuff, like I said, but I try. Hey, Randall.
Hey, it decided to kick me out of the stream for some reason, so
Really?
I think that was on my end. So,
Oh, shuck darn it.
but
What kind of car are you driving there?
So, Rail Crew Express uses Toyota Sienna minivans.
Ah,
The difference is the van I normally drive is actually in the shop getting a windshield put in it.
I like
Because of
Toyotas. My family's had them for years.
The extreme cold temperatures, and when I turn the defrosters on, it split the windshield plumb across. So, so I'm driving one of the Pratt vans.
Have you seen any foreign power on EP?
I have seen. Right now, I've only seen NS as far as the non-UP power here. There was an interesting engine I saw a few days ago. That was Norfolk Southern 8520, which I believe is a prototype AC44 C6M, and it wears a very different paint scheme than what you're accustomed to with NS. It's got a red front and a gray.
It's your
main
railroad,
car
Norfolk Southern, or CSX?
My
I
home
see.
road? You talking about my home road?
Yeah.
It's BNSF.
Sorry. I was asking Beetle. Sorry, Beetle.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
No, that
What'd
is
you
okay.
ask me there?
Beetle, I couldn't hear you.
What'd you ask
What
me
is
there?
your home railroad company?
In my area, CSX appears to dominate it.
All I'm just gonna say is CSX is much better railroad than Norfolk Southern, and I'm assuming Beetle, you know why.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do.
NS is a very chaotic road, from what I understand. In fact, Trains Magazine, their number one story of 2024 was the chaos that went on at Norfolk Southern. So that will tell you all you need to know right there. So
Yeah. And
It's crazy. Railroad accidents usually they didn't used to be this bad, but it wasn't until the 1970s that it really started to get this way.
You could thank the federal government and basically railroads like trying to merge with each other.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that. I know it's corporate consolidation that resulted in it.
Well, you also have to remember too, the federal government was like over regulating the railroads to the point where they were going bankrupt, and that's one of the reasons why Penn Central actually went bankrupt. They mainly went bankrupt because they merged several railroads that did not like each other, and a lot of railroad, and they just lost a lot of money.
And from what I remember, it's the resulting deregulation that resulted in a lot of the chaos we're seeing. I mean, I think you're giving a little bit too much credit to just letting companies that are run for a profit go completely uninhabited.
I will say this. Yeah, Randall? Sorry, Randall.
I was just going to say a lot of what's happening recently is because of precision scheduled railroading.
Yes, PSR. Yes, PSR is a big problem, and I'm just going to agree with that wholeheartedly.
As someone who doesn't technically work directly for the railroad, the company I drive for is contracted with them, but you could tell it's killing the rail industry as a whole. PSR is, and the railroads are doing it to themselves. So,
yeah,
and they're going to keep flirting with disaster until somebody tells them they can't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's going to end one or two ways. Either all the railroads are going to go under, or they're going to end up getting nationalized, or they're going to be regulated to the point that it's going to be like the 70s all over again.
Yep. So basically, what I'm saying, Beetle, is like I understand where you come from with the corporations. Like there have been railroads in the 1970s that actually, more than likely, they were kind of their fault, either because of the unions or the business themselves. For example, the Rock Island pretty much went bankrupt and got liquidated and bought up by UP and Southern Pacific because of the unions. Were striking too much to the point that the railroad went bankrupt. And the Milwaukee Road went bankrupt because their management made so many poor decisions. So yes, Beetle. A lot of the problems was with the actual companies themselves, but you have to realize it was actually thanks to President Jimmy Carter. By the way, rest in peace, Mr. Carter. That actually deregulated the railroad industry and kind of gave it I wouldn't call it a renaissance, but I would say a much better era, even though you had more mergers. So I will say this, Beetle. I think mainly the main problem with American railroads is I think nowadays you could say, yes, we might need more restrictions, but we can't have too many restrictions to the point where the railroads are kind of begging on your knees, kind of like saying, hey, please take passenger trains off of my hands again, or government, can you please bail me out?
Well, that's just common sense, but I'm the kind of guy who's a little hesitant to jump to blame people like labor unions because I know that about the benefits of organized labor. But I know that there are isolated and individual examples of unions going too far, and if this is one of those examples, so be it.
Yes, Rock Island was pretty much the example of railroad union.
And I don't even mean to sound too controversial here. Like if I'm being completely honest, I'm pretty pro-union because I know that let's just say that organized workers in the private sector are kind of begging for it right now. But at the same time, I don't want to start an argument. I don't want to start a fight with anybody. I'm not going to nail anybody to the wall here.
No,
but,
no. Yeah, we have nice civil debates here at the Mr.RailYard YouTube channel. We love to learn.
But I will say this. I know there are some individual examples of organized labor occasionally going too far. And if this is one of those examples, so be it.
Yep.
Hey,
But,
Luke, I'll be back just in a second.
All right, sounds good, Randall.
Ultimately, I do think that either the railroad should be nationalized, or we should put regulations in place to fight PSR, because so far all precision scheduled railroading has done is cause accidents. I mean, big companies, they don't really have a moral framework, like because all that companies are in it for is profit. That's the reason why government restrictions exist in the first place, because there is no profit motive for morality, and they're going to keep flirting with disaster as long as they're allowed to do it. Like, as long as nobody in a position of power steps in and says, no, you can't do this anymore, they're going to keep doing it. And according to one expert, the very fact that the first big accident happened in a really small town like East Palestine and not in something like Midtown New York or Chicago is more or less luck than anything. So that, in other words, there's just as good of a chance that it could happen in a big city. And imagine the chaos of that. And East Palestine may have brought this whole issue to light, but it's far from the first big train accident. There was one that blew the whole town center of a small town.
Oh, you mean the one back in 2012 in Canada, the Lac Megantic?
That's the one. That's the one.
Okay, I will.
Like the very fact that
So yes,
that happened is terrifying. Like
yeah.
Sure, these we need to transport things by train. The train absolutely helps us out in general. And transporting volatile chemicals by train is in of itself not a bad thing. But if you're going to transport volatile chemicals, it doesn't matter what vehicle you're transporting it in, whether it be train or truck or car or plane. You better make sure it's well secured and that the vehicle that's transporting it is doing it well.
Indeed. All right, Anthony Dodge, thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Mainly, I will say, that the main problem, basically, what you were saying, like the main problem nowadays is with the government, with the railroads and railroad management themselves. You are right. You are right. I'm not saying you're wrong, but if we're talking like 1970s, then that's a whole different case.
Well, yeah, but I was mainly referring to the present day. I realize problems in the past have taken place, but it is interesting to see the roots of the cause. But
Indeed.
As things currently stand, railroads went from being over-regulated to deeply under-regulated.
I can understand where you come from with the regulations. I'm not against regulations. Honestly, here's the thing. I think we should empower the FRA to be more observant.
I would agree with you there. I mean, just think of it this way. The Federal Air Traffic Control knows where all kinds of planes are all at once. Like almost every single airplane in the sky, they know exactly where it is at all times. But the government bureaus that look over railroads can't tell you where most trains are at any given moment. So that by itself is telling.
Yeah, and I know, Beetle, and I know we talked a lot before about nationalization of American railroads, but my only the problem with that is that you have to remember we had two nationalized railroads. We had Conrail, and we still have Amtrak. One is poorly underfunded, and one
that's true,
and gobbled up by two large North American railroads, Norfolk Southern and CSX Transportation.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from, but that by itself is not exactly a case against nationalization. That is a case against mismanagement. Like what we're seeing here is a government that's not really willing to fund its national products. One thing that America is known for all over the world is our over-the-top devotion to free market stuff. And this is not to say that we can't have a capitalist economy. I do think some countries have played the capitalism game a lot better than we have. The point I'm trying to make is that these other countries that have been more than willing to set up a government-run service and adequately fund it have gotten far better results than us. Like Austria, which is known for having like the best trains in the whole goddamn world, their whole thing is nationalized. But this is not to say that there is no private sector involvement in it whatsoever. Sometimes the government sets out contracts for private sector companies that want a slice of the cake. And and this system, it works pretty well. Like the government owns it, but that doesn't mean the private sector has absolutely no involvement in it. So that way we get the best of both worlds and the downsides of neither. And Austria has basically the best railroads in the world, so clearly they're doing something right. Like, I don't mean to belittle you. I mean, I can see where this is coming from. Like, there have been examples of privatized public transit services doing a really good job, but at the same time, I do think I have some pretty strong footing to stand on here. I'm pretty confident in my abilities here.
I think the closest you're gonna ever get in the history of North American railroads in terms of nationalization is either Canadian National and Nacional de Mexico, National Railways of Mexico. Those are the cases of either, for Canadian National, it got privatized and decided to gobble up several smaller railroads in Class 1 railroads in the United States, and one got broken up into smaller pieces, and basically they rent the rail lines to whoever they think is coolest. So let's take, for example, CPKC, which is my favorite Class 1 at the moment, because originally it was Canadian Pacific. Well, Canadian is always my favorite railroad, but CPKC in the modern day is my favorite modern day Class 1. Basically, how Mexican railroads work is basically the Mexican government leases the land, I believe, to the railroad and lets them run on it for like a 50 to 90-year contract. And then it can get renewed or whatever, or the government can say, hey, I'm going to switch KCS with Ferromex, which is the more well-known modern-day Mexican railroad. Because you have to remember, CPKC runs under the brand name down there, CPKC de Mexico, which was originally called Kansas City Southern de Mexico. So, hey, Randall.
Hey, what's happening?
Not much. We were just talking a little bit about railroads and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, sorry about that, Luke. Things were getting kind of chaotic. I was getting phone calls and everything else. So.
That is okay. Hey, I wanted to get your opinion. I don't know if you heard the conversation between me and Beetle, but I wanted to get your opinion of what we were discussing.
Sure. What is it?
So, Beetle, would you like to take the floor?
Alrighty, which topic are you referring to here? What would you like me to...
The three main topics: government, nationalization of North American railroads, how to fix American railroads, and the problem with North American railroads.
Well, I was trying to make the case that I think that American railroads should try to follow more European examples, because the Europeans are more than willing to fund and go after their railroads. They're willing to really stick to it. I think currently the best railroad networks in the world are probably that of France and Austria. And I've been to France, and I've personally ridden their railroad network, and I was very impressed by it. But one thing that the French have really committed themselves to in this is that even though their railroad is not privatized, it is state-run by a government-run company called SNCF, and they do the whole thing. But and while many Americans look at state-run companies as a bad thing, they see it often as a violation of the American way of life. This seems to be working for them. Largely, now I know that Americans don't have particularly good experience with state-run companies either, because the U.S. government doesn't have a good history of being willing to commit to it and fund them. But the French,
Amtrak.
Yep, Amtrak is a perfect example. We didn't commit to that.
No.
But I'm willing to bet that if we adopted the French model and we committed to it, we were willing to throw the funding at it necessary, we were willing to do what all was necessary to build it, we could create something that it could be the envy of the world if we knew what we were doing.
The problem with that is you'd have to get everybody on board with that, and there's a lot of people that
yes,
would
I
never
know.
get on board with it.
Oh yeah, I know that there'd be almost nobody. I fully get you, and that probably would be the biggest problem with it.
I think I will say this as a compromise, Beetle. I think the next best option to your idea of nationalization, and Randall, if you can chime in, is maybe empowering the FRA to be more observant of the railroads and giving more funding to Amtrak so they can run more passenger trains for the American people.
I guess that would be a good enough compromise.
The deal with Amtrak, though, they're at the mercy of the Class 1 railroads.
Oh, yeah.
Because the Class 1 railroads are the host railroads for most of Amtrak's route miles. See, there was a plan, and I heard this from a pretty reliable source, guy that works at BNSF. There was not just a rumor, but there were plans in place to bring Amtrak into Springfield, Missouri, and BNSF basically shut them down.
Yikes.
Well, that's not good. What happened?
I don't know the details of that story. I basically just told you everything I know, but apparently BNSF didn't want Amtrak running on their rails because they didn't want to, how do I want to put this? They didn't want to give Amtrak priority over their trains.
So, Randall, I think here's my idea, Randall, and if you
and
can
like I said, I was told that. So
okay, but here's my idea.
Not a high up guy, like an engineer or conductor. So that's what he had heard. He told me.
So Beetle, here's my compromise to you, because I don't think we're debating on this. I don't think we're disagreeing on a lot of issues.
Yeah, I don't think we are either.
No, I think we're on the same page.
Ultimately, we all have the same goal. We just want to see American railroads get better. We just have ideas of how to do it. And we're tossing them around the table. So far, I think we seem like a pretty cool group.
Yeah. Here's my idea. I'll throw it out for you and Randall. We need to empower the FRA to be a more observant, to have regions, and those regions focus on Norfolk Southern, CSX, CPKC, CN, UP, BNSF, and Amtrak. And also we need to give more priority to Amtrak trains. We're going to make a law stating that Amtrak trains need priority over freight trains.
See, Luke, there's supposed to be a law already in place for that. Amtrak, the deal was when Amtrak was formed, they're supposed to give the freight railroads at the time and now are supposed to give priority to Amtrak, but they don't do it.
Yeah. So here's
somebody should enforce it.
Well, that's just it. It's not, nobody's enforcing.
So we need to enforce that law with Amtrak, with the Class 1s about Amtrak, and we need to. I don't think total nationalization could work, but I think in terms of passenger rail, I think we need to focus on what could Amtrak do better. And I think for starters, I think connections to Canada and Mexico would be good for both Canada and Mexico and the U.S. together. I think we need to give more priority to smaller towns, making sure that they feel included with the passenger rail, because I feel like a lot of times, I feel like the smaller towns would have more appreciation to having public rail transportation than the bigger cities.
That doesn't sound like half a bad idea. I'd be on board with it.
And then there's another separate topic I'd like to talk about, which is heritage stuff. But in terms of what heritage stuff would be a separate thing I would discuss with you guys after this. But I think we need to empower here's the things. Empower the FRA, give them more of authority, enforce the law about Amtrak having priority over the Class 1 freight railroads, introduce more passenger trains, and guarantee local communities better relations between the Class 1 railroads and the local communities. Like, for example, Norfolk Southern and East Palestine, or whatever small town or big city in America. And also, we need more commuter rail, not just Amtrak. We need more like railroads such as my hometown railroad, Metra. We need more Metras in this world.
Oh, what city do you live in?
I live in Traverse City, but I'm originally from the Chicago area.
I would honestly like to visit Chicago. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to see there.
Yep, there's the Illinois Railway Museum, just 50 miles outside of Illinois. Actually, outside of Chicago. And they have a lot of rail heritage. Now, here's another thing I'm gonna, Beetle, I don't know what your opinion or your expertise or what you think could be done about this, but Randall and I have talked about it before on previous live streams, and I believe we talked about it before on his live streams too. But I think in terms of heritage rail, especially like steam train excursions or like a heritage diesel, I think compared to like countries where the UK, where you can like say every Sunday you can hop on a steam train, vintage steam train, or a vintage electric or diesel. You really can't do that in America. And like,
we haven't done as good a job preserving our rail history as they did.
Yeah. And I know, Randall, you and I have discussed it before, and I think if you and I can discuss it again with Beetle real quickly, what we discussed before and our idea of what and the problem.
I'm just gonna say this: Randall seems like a really cool guy.
Yeah, he's been here since day one, actually, of live streams. Since day one.
It's always great to see somebody who.
Sometimes I consider myself pretty boring, but
very special guest on. It's my friend Zach from Modern Line Studio. Oh, and he's gone. Whoops.
Whoopsies.
There he went.
But Randall.
No, I appreciate the kind words.
So Randall, if we can like update and and how we can improve our rail heritage.
Boy, I don't know, Luke. I think the first thing you got to do first is get rid of precision scheduled railroading.
The stream.
I think that. Do what?
Hello.
Zach's in the stream. Hey, Zach, how's it going?
Good. How's everybody doing?
Oh, good. We're reviewing Lionel. Not the Lionel. That was bad.
What is this one?
We can improve North American railroads, and Beetle is for nationalization, and I decided to have a compromise with him, and I think Beetle can agree with me, empowering the FRA, giving more priority. And
Yeah, I thought your compromise sounded like a good start. I'd be all on board if somebody in power proposed it.
Indeed. No, Emily, we're not done with the live stream. We have several pages to go with the.
Luke, another thing I was going to tell you too, just talking to a lot of the guys that work at BNSF and even here at UP, morale is at an all-time low with these railroads right now. It's not good.
Indeed. So,
I can't imagine what Norfolk Southern's like.
oh, Norfolk Southern is a clown show. So, and Zach, what is your opinion with all these problems outside of rail heritage with this problem with North American railroads? What is your take on it?
Well, it's kind of like a hard subject to, talk on because like a majority of like what's like a majority of what's going on with North American railroads is just poor working conditions because train crews are always on call. And what I've seen that like what Union Pacific recently put in is like they're like called like ground-based conductors or something. So they're at a set terminal, and instead of riding on a train, they get called out to do certain tasks, and it's like it helps like the quality of life of like a conductor, but it's like I don't know, it's just a really tricky subject. I guess like getting rid of PSR and everything.
Yes, for starters, get rid of PSR. That has been the worst thing since like overregulation with the railroads. Is railroads it's like a drug for these railroads with PSR. They like this drug, which is PSR, so much.
I probably should have told this to you to the beginning. Somebody made this hilarious parody of Thomas and Friends that highlighted PSR and what it's like. Like, have you seen The Sad Tale of Henry the Engine?
Yeah, I think so. Are you talking about that video where they were talking about PSR? That guy from the main from HBO.
Yeah, and like it was crazy funny. Basically, Henry was depicted as an American engine, and he gets a taste of what PSR is like.
Yeah,
And
my caboose is loose.
oh shit, said Henry.
Oh shit.
Henry the freight engine became Henry the bomb train.
Did you see that, Zach? that funny little skit?
Yeah, I think I have, yeah.
Oh, that was funny.
It was probably the best Thomas parody that I'd ever seen up until that point. Like, it's amazing how much effort they put into it.
Oh yeah. And then now I think we discussed a lot about like the Class 1 railroads. I think my specialty, my passion in terms of the railroad industry is heritage, especially steam locomotives. Zach, we talk a lot about like what if the steam engine is restored. Same with you, Randall, but Beto.
Yeah.
But honestly, I'll go by one here in the chat. What do you, starting with Beetle, what do you think we can do in terms of rail heritage? For example, like telling the Class 1s, hey, maybe running steam engines isn't a bad idea, and it's actually a good PR stunt for you.
Well, if we want to convince people to do stuff like that, I have a few interesting ideas. I don't know whether this would work or not. I'm not going to pretend like I'm the expert, but I would suggest maybe some tax breaks for museums that hold these things. Maybe a way to give out permits to museums that hold a lot of steam engines to be able to run them on the main line when there's no traffic, or maybe some promotion for some government assistance to a tourism promotion for them. There could also be I mean, I know that British heritage railways have been wildly successful tourist attractions throughout the UK. So why not follow their example and do some of the things they did that made them so successful? Like local governments have spent a lot of money promoting local tourism and selling them as a great focal point of it. I know that a lot of people go to Crewe in England specifically for it, even though Crewe has got a lot of other cool stuff to see. That's where Bentleys are made.
Indeed. In heritage and like what the main problems are and how we can fix it, was especially with steam train excursions.
Well, I thought you said that the problem was trying
Randall,
to
can you
make
hear
sure
me?
that. I thought you said the problem was making sure these engines were preserved. I thought you were like trying to help promote tourism for them.
No. Basically, the
Well,
Class 1 railroads, there's a lot of there's a lot of problems with running steam engines in the modern day here in North America.
Oh, I misunderstood your question then.
All right. So maybe since I refreshed that for you, what do you think in terms of what we could do? Like, because we're not running as many steam engines as we can, and like we don't have the, like in the UK, you can like go on a train to go see a vintage train, or you could take a vintage train to go anywhere. What do you think we can do in terms of like steam train excursions, like convince the class ones, hey, or class twos, or short line railroads, or buy local rail lines, or say, hey, let's run more steam locomotives or vintage trains?
Well, for one thing, if we're going to do that, we're going to need supplies. Now, I know it's not exactly pleasant that international demand for coal is going away, but it is a necessary evil as it is a big polluter. But at the same time, I'm sure that there are renewable fuels that we could use in its place. There's also other stuff we could do, like I do think that my idea about tourism campaigns do still stand. I mean, a lot of kids would love to see a working steam engine, so that by itself might be a good enough incentive.
I read somewhere where the Grand Canyon Railway is going to convert one of their steam engines to run on vegetable oil or
They
used
already
cooking
did.
oil.
That could
Yeah,
work.
there it is.
That could totally work.
Yeah. And I think it's better in my opinion to buy your own tracks. But let's say you want to run on the main line. Let's say you want to go from LA to Chicago. I think the main problem is like the railroads are very hesitant. It's mainly insurance and positive train control.
Well, I mean, they've been doing it in Great Britain for a long time, and not much bad stuff has happened. If anything, it's benefited local economies due to the tourism. We could just point to that and say, well, you think there might be demand for that here?
And yeah, that's a good point. But I think the main problem is how do you convince the railroads, hey, this is good for you?
They were able to do it in England, but the part of the reason they were able to do it was because they were promised profit from tourism income. So if we want to convince them to do that here, we got to convince it that there's something in it for them.
Yeah, like for example, Randall and I talk a lot about like what if 1522 came back, and I think one of the main problems with 1522 is running it on BNSF and BNSF not willing to do the insurance.
Yes, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah.
Ultimately, it may have to. Insurance companies may be some of our biggest roadblocks here, and I'm not exactly sure how we could convince them.
Well, remember, insurance is what got the 1522 parked again in the first place. So that was way back in 2002. So,
and you know, it's a real shame that like lot of these nice engines in museums, we can't like restore and put them on the main line. I think, Randall, I think I'd like to hear your, like, at the present moment, that any engine that wants to run on a Class 1 railroad would have to have PTC one way or another.
Well, I mean, we're seeing PTC being installed on a lot of these operable steam engines now. 4014 just got it. There's another one that's getting PTC, I think, and I can't remember which one it is.
Are
And
you talking about the Empress?
the Empress has it already, I think.
Yep.
But there's another one. There's a third engine that's getting it because I saw it on
Question
Facebook.
for you: what's up with 3751? I heard she's going to get PTC.
Well, that would be number 4 if that's the case.
Zach? No, he's muted. Hello, Zach. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, 3751. I'm assuming is your expertise because you're near that.
Yeah, super close to 3751.
So what do you think, in your opinion? Let's take 3751 for example. What could we do to make it so that future generations will be able to experience steam locomotives, like convincing railroads get positive train control in these older engines, and making sure that insurance is not killing the profit, mainly killing the actual excursion themselves.
So a big thing is like having these, like, for example, the organization that 3751 is a part of it's a part of the San Bernardino Rail Historical Society. And this society was, and I think it still is, sponsored by the local commuter rail, which is Metrolink.
Okay.
And also, like, sponsored by Amtrak. But where they need to be getting their funding, or not funding, what they need, like, they need to partner with railroads like BNSF or UP. Those are the two main railroads in the area. BNSF has been a lot nicer than UP because UP, they don't let any steam engines other than their own on their rails, and it's been that way for a while.
Oh yeah.
But if 3751, the projects need like this thing called like a sure go in order to run on the main line. 3751 is practically like landlocked right now because they can't the PTC, they're having issues with it, as they always do. It's the farthest it's traveled is maybe 20 miles to the south in Fullerton, California.
Okay.
Like, as of recently. Just like a couple months ago in November, it took a short little trip to LA Union Station, but from where it's kept in Los Angeles to LA Union Station is not even a mile. So it's just like, not really that large of excursions. So just being able to partner with a Class 1 railroad that will, like, support them in, rail heritage would most likely make, a huge difference in being able to get this engine exposed to the national eye, or it's just like the local people of Southern California, so.
Yeah, because like when you think of Southern California in terms of steam heritage, you think of 3751 because that engine's been to LA several times, and it
it lives in LA. Yeah.
That now Beetle, how, like, so, like, I'll ask Zach and Beetle this at the same time. Hearing what Beetle's saying, like how the British do rail, take that experience of British steam heritage operations and apply it to North America, not just the U.S., but Canada and maybe Mexico.
I'm not really that familiar with the way British excursion locomotives work, so.
Well, let me just say this. The UK government gives out licenses to operators of them to run them on the main line at certain times. and it has done it's done great stuff for tourism in the Midlands. Let's just say that Central England has experienced an influx of tourism as a result of it. Rail fans, they really seem to enjoy the whole thing.
Yeah. I think the main. Hey, you want good PR? I heard you having some bad PR. How would you like to run a vintage steam engine on your railroad? And they're like, yeah, you're just closing the door a lot of times. I know CSX is starting to. I think Randall, we talked about it before about a potential CSX steam program. I think in terms of outside UP,
I think
think about
CSX would. I think
having-
CSX would be the closest to actually do their own steam program because NS abandoned theirs. They got rid of 611. So I think the one that would probably be close enough to do it would be CSX. That's just me, though.
Beetle. You live on CSX. Convince your
Yeah.
local CSX management, hey, maybe you should, like, for example, we're gonna get CNO 614 back. Say, hey, I want this steam engine to come to my area, and should tell the history of Huntington's rich railroad heritage.
Yeah, I could show you the place. I know where it is. The next time I'm out walking, I'll take you there.
All right. Hey, thanks, man.
And the reason why I said CSX would be the most logical, they just brought back their Santa train, among other things.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean,
They donated like a lot. They donated like an old shops to like the 2716 or something. I remember
yeah.
like a couple years back too.
Indeed. So I'm assuming, I don't think they're going to make it official yet, and I think they're still in talks with a lot of these preservation groups, but I'm assuming we're going to see CNO 614 and 2716 and Nashville, Chattanooga, St. Louis 576. What other Eastern steam engines do you think will take advantage of a potential steam program with CSX? I'll start with you, Beetle.
What steam engines do you think they could use?
Yeah, what do you think? Like in your knowledge of the Eastern Railroad, the Eastern steam engines, like 765, all those steam engines in the Eastern U.S. could take a potential.
I wouldn't really have a preference, but hopefully it would be something smaller because I can see some tight sections of railroad around where I live, and I would be a little bit worried to take something as large as, say, Big Boy.
Actually, fun fact: the smaller cousin to that, the Challenger, has been on CSX in your around your area.
Well, then I guess that would be safe enough.
Randall?
Yeah.
What do you think is potential steam engines for a CSX steam program out of the three that I mentioned?
614.
All right. That's a good one.
Pierre Marquette 1225. I mean, that's another one.
Oh, yeah, that would be very cool to see 1225.
And that would tie into their Santa train as well. Could you imagine that thing pulling the Santa train and actually making it a real life Polar Express? But
yes,
that would be beside the point. But
yeah. And then what about you, Zach? What do you think you could see potentially in a CSX steam program in terms of steam locomotives?
Well, I'm guessing, they donated a lot of money to the 2716. So probably that. I'm not really too familiar with steam locomotives around in like around in and around the CSX system, but yeah, that's all I can really say, honestly.
Here's an idea for you guys. What do you think about like Fort Wayne? Maybe not 765. How about New York Central 3001 Mohawk?
That could be interesting.
What do you think, Beetle and Rant? No, what do you guys think?
Well, I'm on board.
Are you familiar with the New York Central Mohawk 3001?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fort Wayne's restoring it. I don't know if you saw the video from the Fort Wayne YouTube channel, but they're going to restore that engine. It's going to be the only.
I wish them the ultimate luck. They are going to need it.
I think it's going to cost well over $5 million just to restore the engine, if I'm correct.
My God, that's a fortune. But for a
Yeah,
cause like this, that's more than a good enough price to pay for it.
Yeah, that's like literally the cost of two ES44s, ACs.
A small fortune.
So, yeah, just to give you a little bit of a comparison there.
And then, like
Money.
Zach, for example, you mentioned 3751. Do you think BNSF would motive?
Wait, could you say that again? You cut out.
Let's take, for example, 3751. What do you think in terms of like idea excursions? Line or class 2?
Like wait, so like BNSF excursions?
Like BNSF excursions, or
Like a possible STEAM program or anything like that?
is that a possible idea, or is that just not feasible, you think?
So in the early 2000s, I think it was either in the early 2000s or the late 90s, BNSF repainted 44, 49 into like an OCS scheme for like the office car special for their employees.
Yep.
So that was a pretty big thing of friendship between the Oregon Rail Heritage and BNSF. But ever since then, it's been kind of nothing's really happened. So
And just as a quick side note, a lot of people don't know that 4449 was repainted a black scheme with BNSF lettering on it.
Oh yeah,
There are photos of it. A lot of people don't even know that.
Yep,
Because it's been so many years ago.
indeed, and it actually looks very cool in black.
Mm-hmm. It looks very good.
Yeah,
I would love to see. I would love to see Broadway Limited actually attempt to do that engine with that particular era. I know a lot of people would probably flip out and say it's a fantasy scheme. Well, no, it's not.
It actually happened, folks.
It was the real deal.
Mm-hmm. And then
It don't take a lot of search to find it either. All you gotta do is just Google up 4449, put on the BNSF the BNSF Employee Appreciation Special, and you'll see all kinds of pictures of it.
hold on a minute, guys. I think the neighborhood cat wants to say hello quickly.
Restrictions through the whole town.
All right, the cat said, "Yes, guys. All right.
Can I say one other thing, Luke?
Yeah, sure. Hit me.
BNSF, really all these railroads, but since we're talking BNSF and the STEAM program, BNSF was a totally different railroad than it is now. They are not the same railroad. I mean, let me rephrase that. The only thing that's really the same about them is two totally different railroads. When they first merged to now, here in 2025.
Yeah. not lease, let 1522 run OCS and railroad family trips with that engine, with BN and then later BNSF. So I could see it happening again. So let's see. I think we can all agree Union Pacific is guaranteed to continue running the steam engines. The big boy, the 844.
Yeah.
We know that for sure.
Guaranteed. But I mean, like a couple of years, it's crazy because, like, you know, in the past, you know, it would have kind of been like iffy, but now, like, with like the big boy getting so much attention and giving the railroad so much attention, you know, it makes things a little bit different. So
Indeed. And then I know I keep going to my favorite railroad, Canadian Pacific, now CPKC. I don't know what you guys think of the steam program that they have, but I can guarantee you they're going to run that steam engine sometime in the future. We don't know when, but
Oh yeah, they will.
They will. I just don't know if they would run it this year. I don't think they would.
No, I don't see it. I don't see them running it this year, but a couple, 3 years down the road, yeah, I can see that locomotive come back.
I can see that locomotive running for its 100th birthday.
Yeah.
100%
I could see it making another trip to Mexico again. I know a lot of people threw a fit about going down to Mexico. Well, it's CPKC's locomotive. They can do with it as they wish.
Yeah, it's their engine. I know I keep honestly. I'm going to be real with you guys. I would love to have the UP and CPKC steam guys on the show here, and I want to ask them, pure blank, what do you think is the future for mainline steam operations for public relations and rail heritage? Honestly, I would like to ask them, do you see yourselves doing charity trips? Do you see yourselves doing like a railroad fair? What is the future for? That's what I want to ask. I think we're guaranteed to have the big boy run this year. And then CPKC, we don't know when they're going to run the Empress again. So we're kind of we're guaranteed one railroad, and that's in the Western United States. That's not like, for example, where Beetle and Randall live. So Beetle, you would have to drive all the way to Illinois just to see a mainline steam engine.
Another thing, I think, given the opportunity, if the St. Louis Railroad team just, you know, if they were given the opportunity to fire at 1522, say, you know, BNSF or some major corporation come out and say, hey, we want to see that engine run again, they would fire it up they would restore it back to operational condition, fire it up in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah, I can guarantee you. The only problem with that engine is it's in very rough shape, from what I've heard. It needs internally
it is.
Yeah, I think it needs a new firebox, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
But
yeah, it would take a lot of work to bring it back to operational status. But
and literally, we have two Santa Fe Northern type steam engines. Literally, we have Zach's 3751. Zach, you other than PTC, that engine's pretty much ready to go.
Yeah, that engine's it's in beautiful condition. Like it completed its overhaul like back in 2022, I think.
The good thing is
what were you saying?
The thing with 1522 with BLA with Broadway Limited actually having been to St. Louis and taking measurements of that engine and then hinting fairly strongly, I might add, that they're going to do it in HO scale, pull her back into the forefront again.
Indeed.
It certainly won't hurt it.
No. And I think Beetle, hearing all this stuff about American steam engines and what the class one railroads think, and all this stuff happen. In your opinion, what do you think? In your opinion, is the problem?
Well, it'd be hard to pick an individual problem, but if it comes to companies not having any motivation to run steam engines, I'd just say it's a lack of knowledge that people realize this is available. Like we've seen how much tourism demand this has created in the UK, and it's not like there aren't kids and it's not like there aren't kids and people here in America who wouldn't love to see a steam engine running. And so, I mean, obviously we could create demand for it. I just don't think that there's enough people aware of it or who live in the areas where it is available.
Indeed.
So that's just my my take on it, but I'm not going to pretend.
MomoCon in Atlanta, Georgia.
But I'm not going to throw this at you like I'm an expert, because I am admittedly not an expert on this. So take my opinion with a grain of salt.
Okay. But quickly, I don't know if Randall and Beetle and Zach, you heard me, but honestly, I want to take 2816 to a MomoCon. I want to take it to a Comic Con. A steam locomotive at a Comic Con. You can make an excuse.
You know what would be cool though?
Yeah.
Since you brought up Comic-Con trains, take Big Boy 4014 there. And here's why I say this.
Okay.
There is an anime. I don't know if you, Luke may know about it, but I don't know if the rest of you guys know about it. But there is an anime called Galaxy Railways. The lead character, which is actually an engine, is a parody of the Big Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It is called Big One in the show, but you can obviously tell that it is a Union Pacific Big Boy. Now, the thing I read on it, and this is interesting, 4014 was not the how do I want to say this, was not the prototype used for the inspiration. It was a different Big Boy that was restored. I was told Boy 4005 that was used as that the studio that made the show used for inspiration for that engine that appears in the anime. But if you watch Galaxy Railways, you could tell instantly it's the Big Boy.
All right. I can't spoil too much, but if you guys don't know, I am working on a project. If you guys follow my Twitter or my Discord, you might know what my project is, but it is for the Has Been Hell of a Universe. And I will say this, I don't think it's no questions asked, and it's already known that 2816 is going to be a part of my project. Because it's my favorite engine, and I just feel like it would be the perfect engine because it's a passenger locomotive, and it's good looking. People love good looking steam engine. It is a classic looking steam locomotive. That's all I can say with my project. But I think projects like mine, and I think here's the idea. I think Zach. Yeah, I don't know if Zach, if you know, if 3751's been in movies or not, but getting more steam locomotives involved in movies or televisions, either as for example, Randall with an anime or with a feature film, and having freaking the Big Boy in Marvels. Now that would be a thing, or DC comic books, but you guys get the point. Do you guys think that I think to make give these steam engines a new fame, or give them fame outside of the railroad community or rock star status, do you guys think it'd be a cool idea to get more of these old engines used in more movies, televisions, and anime shows?
Well, yeah, of course. Make a lot of
It certainly
sense.
wouldn't hurt
I see a lot more pros than cons. Like, Beetle, you can correct me if I'm wrong. How many times? I think Flying Scotsman's been in 3 times in Thomas the Tank Engine, and it's had its own feature film. And
Oh, yes. Yes, it has appeared in Thomas.
yeah, and it's also been in 2 other films, I think. Featured its own film, and I think it was also in 102 Dalmatians.
It turns out not only are the makes and models of the engines in Thomas and Friends all real, oftentimes real engines, like real specific ones, will make an appearance too.
Indeed. So what I'm saying, guys, with like having these steam engines appear in like shows like Batman, Superman, whatever, it's not just have it the real engine. It's not just having like the engine. With my project, for example, I want to give it authenticity. I'm telling people in the Has Been Hell of a Universe, you're getting an authentic 1920s, 1930s train. I can't, like I said, I can't say too much, but you're getting an authentic steam train with an authentic steam locomotive and an authentic passenger cars of that era. So I feel like I think YouTube is a perfect place to promote like these steam engines. Like, take these real steam engines, paint up movie stars.
I'll give you another good one, another good anime that's even more recent than Galaxy Railways. Demon Slayer just had a whole arc a couple years back called the Mugen Train arc. And you know this, Luke, because I actually showed you a little snippet of it after the stream, and then we couldn't show it during the stream because copyright. But
yep.
But it is pretty much the whole length of that arc is on a train. And it looks very much like the steam engines you're showing in the catalog.
Oh yeah.
So, and the animation is amazing. That's probably one of the best animated steam engines I've ever seen. The way they captured the movements and everything, it's incredible.
Indeed. For a while now, should we get back to it?
It's up to you, Luke.
Well,
I'm just along for the ride. We're just along for the ride here.
All right, let's see here. We got some. Oh, look at this, guys. What do you think? These Panzers. These look cool. These modern day Panzers. Look at this, and you get a full rank. You get a military train. Look at this, Randall. What do you think?
That's pretty wild.
That is pretty impressive. Oh no, let's keep it. Actually, I want to keep there we go. So I know Zach, you just joined us recently, but I want to do a proper live stream with you. But quickly, for people that don't know, why don't you tell us a little bit about your YouTube channel real quickly while we take a look at this passenger car here.
All right. So hello everybody. My name is. Oh yeah, you guys know my name. My name is Zach. I run a YouTube channel by the name of Modern Line Studios. It's a channel that I make these short railroad short films inside the train simulator Trains 2022. And I just started making these short films over the summer of 2024, and just the popularity of my channel kind of started to really grow in these past couple of months. So, and through that, I've met Luke and a lot of other people. So,
yeah,
yeah.
And you got some really, really cool coming. I don't know if you can spoil too much here, but you got some really, really cool coming.
Yeah. So, something that I can say is I'm not too sure if the other guys in this call are familiar with the old Microsoft Train Simulator series, the Full Buccaneers, but I'm currently working on a continuation of that series, as well as a short film about Challenger 3985 and a couple of other cool stuff coming pretty soon. So just
Beatles?
gotta wait and see, I guess,
Indeed. Beatles and Randall, are you familiar with the full Buccaneers?
No, I'm not.
Beetle?
I am not.
They're free on YouTube, and you can check it out. So, Beetle just. Oh no, he left. Beetle just died on us. No.
Looks like probably.
I just had to make sure I wouldn't take the wrong turn right there.
Oh no. Ah no.
Well, we are in McPherson, Kansas right now.
We're in You know the joke, we're not in Kansas anymore. You know what? I'm just gonna say this. We are in Kansas.
Oh, we never left Kansas. I dropped the crew off at Harrington. Now we're just coming back into McPherson, headed back towards Pratt. I'm gonna have to turn up here at this next stoplight.
Indeed. Hold on, look at this. I don't know if Zach, if you're familiar with these locomotives, but these are very common East German locomotives. I believe. Hold on, let me see what the class. These are a class. This is the class 132. Are you familiar with these locomotives?
I am not.
So I believe these were. Oh, this is the nickname. I don't know if does anybody know how to pronounce German here?
Unfortunately, I don't. That'd be Anthony Dodge's expertise.
Oh, he's gone, so womp womp. But Beetle's back. Beetle, we thought you died for a second. But yes, guys. But Zach,
Oh yeah, don't worry. That was just my phone acting up.
But take a look at this locomotive, Beetle. This is a nice German-looking one from East Germany. Indeed. And
It's a pretty looking
this
thing.
looks cool. What do you guys think of this? Oh wow, this kind of looks interesting looking with this connection in the middle. Holy cow! Holy cow! What do you think of this, Zach?
Like, it looks pretty cool. Are these all German locomotives? Or
Most of these are all German. This one's German. This is a electric locomotive. This is a class 151. I believe these were built in the 90s, I think. This is Marklin. And so I don't know if you watched part of yesterday's live stream, but we were looking at Lionel and comparing this to Lionel. This is way, and they just more interesting looking, if you get what I mean. So
yeah.
Oh wow. Oh, what is this? This is a class 650 diesel powered rail car. Look at this guy. New tooling. Yeah. I hope it's new tooling. Lionel. Lionel. But so Zach, do you do
What'd you say? You kind of cut out.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Do you do any model trains?
Not really, but I mean, who doesn't want to get involved with that stuff, I'd really like to. I'm just like, not really into it right now.
That's understandable. All right, guys. You remember when we Beetle, remember when we were talking about iconic German locomotives?
I very much do.
Well,
is
here's
this
one of them.
just such one?
This was another one. This is these are pretty much you see these everywhere in Germany. This is the class.
I think I do recognize that design from pictures I've seen of German commuter rail.
And I believe there's some. Okay, I believe there's some.
Like I said
this
before,
one is
I've
used in Belgium, and then there was some sold to Austrian state railways.
Like I've said before, I have been to Europe. I've been to the UK. I've been to Switzerland. I've been to France. Germany, I have not yet, but I do want to.
Oh, this one looks cool. What do you guys think of this right here? This is giving me Amtrak Charger vibes. Like Zach, I don't know if you're, I don't. Assuming you get Amtrak in your area or
Yeah,
near your area.
yeah,
Is this
The-
giving you Siemens vibes?
yeah. Especially like the vents on the side. Especially, yeah.
Holy cow!
Siemens is a aren't they like a foreign company? I think.
Yeah, they're German.
Oh yeah.
So these are probably why they look similar to Amtrak Charger. Look at these rail cars here. Holy cow! What are these? Box cars. Wow, these are box cars. They don't really look like box cars. Do they look like box cars to you guys? These Beetle, Randall, or Zach, do you think these look like box cars?
Look kind of like
I
hoppers.
can't really look, Luke, because I'm driving. So
Oh yeah, sorry.
that's all right.
But yeah. Oh
Just
wow.
glancing, they look more like gondolas or something. Just kind of glancing out the corner of my eye.
I see. Look at this, guys. Holy cow. What? Why can't we? Hey, Zach, why can't we put like 3751 or any American engine on a trailer truck like they do
Literally.
here?
Yeah, they got to do something like that. They'll get more people into it.
Indeed. And then we got these box cars. Is this for the Olympics? Correct me if I'm wrong. Is this for the last year's Olympics, this electric locomotive? I'm not too guys, you remember when we were talking Beetle, here's a locomotive for you. Recognize this?
Is that
That
I
is the
wish I could play the name on it.
Class 66. Yes, and Class 56. Yep. Either one of those two. These are the American built British locomotives. This is the example that went to Germany. So
I didn't know the U.S. made some locomotives for Britain.
yep, these are British built. Zach or Randall, do you know anything about like the EMD British locomotives?
I think they're like a British version of an SD-70 Ace or something like that.
Oh,
Now, I don't know that for certain. I'm not real smart on my British engines, but there's supposed to be an engine that was built for them. It's like a British version of an SD-70 Ace. It has like the 710 prime mover, AC traction, all that sort of stuff.
yep. Holy cow! Hey, Gabe, how's it going?
Oh, it's fine.
Glad you can come along and enjoy the ride. But let's see. Holy cow! Oh! Look at this one, guys! Oh, this is an Era 3, so this might be like during the war. What? Beetle, is this giving you vibes? Because it's giving me vibes of a certain other locomotive.
It kind of reminds me of that one SNCF electric engine that broke the world record for the first train to hit 200 miles an hour.
Ah, I see.
Like just get online and Google first train that hit 200 miles per hour and you'll see the one I'm talking about. It was a French electric locomotive. And
you, Zach, what do you think of this thing here? Is this giving you some vibes of some other locomotives?
Kind of looks like some Swiss stuff, like the crocodiles. Also, like I guess kind of like the Milwaukee Road, their old electric locomotives.
What about? Hey, this is a stupid idea, but what do you think about painting this into Milwaukee colors?
Huh. It'd be interesting. Pretty different.
You familiar?
I mean,
Sorry, Indeed. Zach, I do apologize. I forgot to ask you this. Are you familiar with Marklin?
Yeah. It's like a German, model railroading company.
Yep, they're owned by Marklin. So basically, if you want to get a model Marklin train that works on pretty much any other HO system, Trix is basically.
Let's see.
This is the 50th anniversary of the Swedish Express. Huh. Interesting. Look at this, guys. Holy cow. Oh, wow. This looks impressive. What do you guys think? Holy. The cars, too. What do you guys think?
Looks pretty interesting.
Yeah. Beetle, do you know anything about Swiss locomotives? Because I am not too familiar with them other than the crocodiles. And we can all agree crocodiles are pretty cool. I think we can all agree.
Well, I've been to Switzerland. Unfortunately, I didn't get to experience much of their railroad culture. My trip to Italy and Switzerland was mostly done by car, and although I greatly enjoyed it, I do wish I would have gotten to see more of the train stuff. But from what I know about Swiss Rail, I hear they have a really good reputation. I hear that Swiss Rail is supposed to be really, really well organized, really well put together, just utterly fantastic. Like, that's what everybody says about it. But I really wish I could have some personal experience to tell you whether that reputation is deserved or not. But like I said, sadly, since we rented a car for the duration of the trip, the car in question being an Audi Quattro wagon, we didn't get to experience much of that, and even though I really would have wanted to.
I see. Let's see here. Guys, I'm just gonna say this. This kind of looks weird. Is this giving you caboose vibes? Is this giving you caboose? Because this is definitely giving me caboose vibes, like American caboose vibes. What do you think, Zach?
Let me take a look.
Look at this guy.
Low
here.
key. It kind of looks like more like break bands from your UK railroads,
I see. This is okay.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but it's getting rather late where I am, and
same.
And I've got to take off. This
Hey.
was a lot of fun, and I'm really glad I got to meet all you guys. You're some really cool people here. I wish you all the best, and I'll see you next time.
Well, we'll hope to catch you next time.
Hey, and also, like I said, Anthony Dodge has a live stream every Friday where he runs trains just like that. So,
alrighty, I'll show up for the next one.
All right.
All right, take care. Thank you so much, Beetle.
Thank you.
See you.
Have a good one.
All right. So, Zach, are you familiar with the Class 52s from Germany?
I am not.
All right, crash course. But the 52s were basically 51s, but like cheaper versions, like with more cheaper metals. These were built during World War II. They were signed all over Europe during the Second World War. After the war, these were given up to several countries for war reparations, and this is one of them. This is the Austrian variant of the Class 52. I don't know exactly what they call them over there in Austria. I will double check the catalog. I'll double check. But would you like to know a fun fact?
Yeah.
Would you like to know? Would you like to know?
Hello? Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, wait, what did you say? You were like cutting out?
Fun fact: they still use 52s in Bosnia.
Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Yeah,
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Just like it's like really kind of like cutting a little bit.
Know that they still use these engines in Bosnia in regular service?
They do?
Yeah. In like Heist even got to run these.
Really?
Yeah, for a little ways.
It's freaking crazy.
They still use. Okay, you know what's the funny thing? These were built to last only a year or two or after the war, and they still use some of these today in Bosnia for regular service.
That's freaking crazy. I think I've seen like a documentary on those.
Yeah, because I know that these engines have been used in a lot of different stuff. These are pretty much one of the most iconic German engines out there. And this looks like an Austrian freight train right here. That kind of looks cool. France. That's French. I don't know anything about Le French. Italy. Mamma mia. Gosh, I'm doing stereotypes. Oh, that looks cool. What do you think of this? Here's
Wow.
this is from the Netherlands. Holy cow. I honestly, sometimes I'm going to be real with you. Sometimes I wish I could talk more about these European foreign trains and locomotives. I really wish I can do more of this. What do you feel the same, Zach?
Yeah, I have to hop off real quick. I have to go do some stuff real quick. I'll probably be back on in a little bit.
All right, sounds
All right.
good.
All right. See you guys.
See you guys soon. All right, but Gabe.
Yep.
Gabe, I don't know if you know much about European locomotives, but what do you think of this one over here? This is a nice looking one. This is from the Netherlands.
Oh yeah, I never saw that. Oh, they have 2 panographs.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, are you?
Kind of a bit different than Amtrak Acela HHP8.
Yep, I believe these are older, way older. I think these were built in the 60s. I could be wrong though. But these definitely look cool. Like I'm not sure if you're very familiar with European stuff, but I like European stuff. I think it's very interesting. Huh. You know what this hey, I'm surprised you didn't make a comparison to this yet.
Oh, that's from Belgium.
Yep.
Wow.
You know what this reminds me of, and I'm surprised you didn't immediately think of this.
It looks like, kind of looks like a bus thing.
It is a bus on rails, but you know what it reminds me of?
And what's that?
The front of the Galloping Goose from the Rio Grande Southern.
From Denver DNRG.
Yep. Actually, we just looked actually back at the top. Hold on, I'll show you relatively quickly. But here's a real. These are real grand. These I know this is not a steam engine, but this is a Rio Grande train with F7. What do you think of this guy?
It's probably fine.
All right. What page were we? What page were we on? Okay, yeah, we were definitely on that page. All right, the bus. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, I'm very familiar with these Swedish locomotives. I know I have a couple. I talked to a couple of people on Discord from Sweden, and they're very familiar with these locomotives, and I'm very, very familiar with them because I've seen them all the time when I think of that engine. Oh, hey, look at this one here. This is this giving you American vibes, Gabe? Because this is definitely giving me American vibes.
Yeah, kind of creepy looking.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy looking, but I like it. It's giving me F7 looks. Well, that looks nice. This is from the Czech Republic. That's sweet. Nice. We got this here. Oh, hey, Randall.
Yeah.
We have some ES44AC.
Yep. I think Anthony may be getting one of those. I don't know.
I would either be disappointed or sad if he didn't get one of these, because honestly, it'd be cool to see this pull some European rail cars, to be honest with you.
I can't remember which one he said he was thinking about getting. I don't know if it was the Kansas City Southern one or the UP one. I think it was the KCS one.
I would personally go for KCS because obviously that's the closest to CPR for me. I'm surprised they haven't made a CPKC one. I'm surprised they didn't do that yet.
I figure they will, because they'll obviously release other rounds of that engine. If I had to guess. So I would say CPKC is probably.
I wish here's an idea for Marklin. Marklin, if you're watching this video, make 2816. And thank you. Yeah, just imagine the 2816 with smoke. That would be a sight.
Just imagine a 2816 with about 32 different functions.
Like vintage Marklin train. Is this a wind-up? Oh no, this is a little this is an N scale. Holy cow, this is my holy cow, Z gauge. That's impressive. And we got holy cow. Look at the size of that little German Pacific. Holy cow, it's tiny. Look at that. Is adorable. Oh,
stunning model for how tiny it is.
Indeed. Holy. It's a cute little thing. And oh my goodness, these diesel logos look cute. Aw. I think we're almost getting to the end of the catalog, actually. I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping to see some LGB stuff. Excuse me. But
I don't know if LGB is has their own catalog or what. I know Anthony just put out a video, I think, earlier today.
Okay.
I haven't watched all of it yet, but I can't remember what catalog it is now. I want to say it's Pico, but
oh. Well, this one's catching my eye. This one from Switzerland. These look nice. I don't know what these. Oh, these look like more like. This is a weird one here. I like this one. This kind of gives me cool, interesting vibes. And we got obviously passengers because passengers are cool. Oh, is this like a museum or is this like a what is this here? Oh, that's cute. And they got all this Marklin stuff. Holy cow. You know what this guy reminds me of? This guy's giving yeah, this is kind of creepy. This should actually be my freaking thumbnail for my video, for my stream. What do you got? What do you think, Randall? Should I do it?
Hey, that's up to you.
I should do it. You know what? I might actually have to do it. All right, I gotta do it for here. But holy cow, I'm gonna actually make that my thumbnail for this stream. Holy cow, people are gonna laugh and laugh and laugh. Oh my. Oh boy. Yeah, get some Marklin. Yeah. Gabe, get some Marklin. Yeah. Gabe, get some Marklin. Yeah. But I don't know. Register for the Marklin Club. I don't know. Yeah. You mind if I go through a little story about this stuff here? Actually, this engine right here. This French locomotive. Randall? Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, do you mind if I quickly go over the story about this French locomotive?
Sure, go ahead.
This is a class 241A, and this is number 65. Switzerland, of all places. So, and you know what? Here's a question for Gabe. Hey, Gabe, does this engine look familiar to you?
Yeah.
What if I told you this was in the Murder on the Orient Express? Fun, true fact. And also, you might be wondering, hey, Mr.RailYard, why is there a 5 chime on a French steam engine? Well, I believe this is either a Starbrass 5 or Chinese 5, either or. So, what do you think of that, Gabe? I know I know you're not too familiar with European train stuff, but what do you think of that? Have a more American style whistle on a European engine. You think that's cool?
Yep. I think it is.
That's pretty cool.
But there's currently no string cord to attach to that whistle like that.
Oh no, there is a string cord. You just can't see it. I'll have to find photos of that engine. And guys, we are done. We are literally done. So, I'm not going to end the stream, but I would like to ask your guys' opinions on it. I'll start with Randall. Randall, what is your opinions on the Marklin 2025 catalog? Is it better?
There's a lot of... Sorry, Luke, go ahead.
Sorry, can you please repeat?
Go ahead and finish what he's going to say, Luke.
Oh, sorry. Do you think this is much... what do you think better than the Lionel catalog?
Well, that's kind of dangerous to ask me that because I don't know a lot about Marklin. Anthony is more
on the Super Mario 3D World on my Switch, which it's still in progress now.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Randall. Can you please repeat that again? I'm sorry.
Well, Anthony is more of an expert on the Marklin stuff than I am, but just from what I've seen from both Anthony, from what Anthony's description of these Marklin catalogs and then yours, they seem to have a lot more control over their prices than Lionel does, and they seem to have a better variety. Their quality is better, is what I'm trying to say. From looks of it, I don't want people to make it sound like I'm trashing Lionel because I'm not. But I think like we discussed yesterday, I think it was yesterday, Lionel's got to rein in their prices.
Yep.
They're way too expensive. But Marklin's Marklin. They look to have really good stuff. And like I said, I don't know much about it. Obviously, Anthony Dodge, John Ricard, a lot of those other guys, they know way more about Marklin than I do. So I don't know that I'm even the right person to be asking that question to. But
right.
just for my eye test, yeah, Marklin is a lot better than Lionel. The Marklin catalog's a lot better than Lionel catalog.
Indeed. What do you think, Gabe? Do you think this is better than the Lionel 2025 catalog?
I think probably, yeah.
All right. And is there a locomotive that catched your eye for both of you?
Me being a diesel guy, I like the diesels. I like some of the specialty paints that they have too. Those are really nice.
Are you talking about the European one, or are you talking about the ES44 AC that Marklin put out?
The ES44s are really good. I really like those.
I'm wondering if Trix would make them. I'm wondering.
I think they do. I remember Anthony saying something about that. But
Yeah. What about you, Gabe? Is there a locomotive that catched your eye?
Not really.
And what locomotive catched your eye?
I think a 210 Decapod steam train.
Which one? The Class 52 or the 44?
I think it's class 52.
The 52.
And I know that
Or earlier
historic
was the one
Strasbourg
from
number 90,
Austria.
which is a 210 Decapod.
It's kind of like a German version of a 90, you could say. It's a good comparison. So, all right. Now, if we're gonna rate this catalog from 1 to 10, what would you guys rate it? I'll start here, Cricket. I think it's a better catalog. It's not as exciting. Well, actually, I take that. It's exciting, but there isn't too much that I found that were really interesting. But overall, there was a lot more stuff that I was interested in this catalog than I was in the Lionel catalog. So I'm gonna give it a 8 out of 10. I know that's I think that's a little too high, but honestly, it's just more enjoyable to look at than the Lionel catalog. Randall?
so yeah, like I said, not knowing Marklin as well as other guys do, but just from Anthony's videos on and what we're discussing here in the live stream, 8.5 out of 10. I think solid, very solid. 8.5, maybe even a 9.
Yeah, that's pretty. That's actually a pretty cool score because I never thought of giving this a 9, to be honest. I was originally going to give this a 7.5, but honestly, I can't disagree with you. This is a much more enjoyable catalog.
The thing is, there's a lot of really neat specialty paint schemes in that catalog with those engines. And you know me, Luke, I'm a sucker for paint schemes, whether they're fantasy or real. So, and there was a lot of cool ones there. Marklin always has some really neat ones. Unfortunately, I don't run 3-rail HO, but yeah, if I did, there would be some stuff in there that would definitely pique my interest.
Well, you can buy Trix products. They should work with your regular trains.
Yeah, I could buy the trick stuff, but
I think the word tricks is very interesting. So, Gabe, if you have to give this a score between 1 and 10, what would you give it?
I'd probably say like 8 out of 10.
All right. Overall, I think this is a very good catalog. I think for 2025, this is a very solid catalog. It's not over the hills impressive, but it is much more enjoyable, and there's a lot more stuff that I thought there a lot more stuff that I was interested in. So overall, this is a much better catalog. I'm very impressed. So yeah. Any closing remarks before I show the Marklin engine I actually really want?
well, like I said, Marklin just seems to have a whole lot better handle on their prices than Lionel does. I hate to say this, I'm becoming very concerned about Lionel and really the O-scale market as a whole.
Indeed.
Because I'm looking at these prices of these engines, and Anthony mentioned it even during the beginning of his live stream today. $2,000 for a single locomotive. I mean, I am not exaggerating when I say that. That's $500. That's $500 more than I get for my truck.
Yeah.
And I am not exaggerating. I mean, that's literally $500 more than I get for my truck
Yikes.
that I drive every day to work.
Absolutely yikes. It is absolutely yikes.
That is not good when you're doing that.
Indeed. It honestly, Lionel, if Lionel's watching this and see what you take from them, use Marklin as you guys.
And here's the thing with those scale, there's virtually no competition. I mean, yeah, there's Atlas and there's MTH, but that's pretty much it. It's basically Lionel is basically virtually on an island in O scale. And now, for a lot of people who don't know, with the other stuff besides the trains, they're the sole producer of NASCAR diecasts. I don't know if you guys know that or not. Yeah, they have an exclusive agreement with NASCAR to produce their diecast, and you could tell the quality of that stuff has gone way down.
That is actually cool.
Yeah, but you could tell by the look of a lot of their diecast, and the quality of the diecast has actually gone down. I've seen a lot of people online very upset with Lionel over the NASCAR diecast. So it's not just the train stuff people are up in arms about. There's people in the NASCAR diecast community that is not happy with Lionel right now.
I'm going to be real with you. I can't blame them.
Oh yeah. Speaking of NASCAR season, preseason will be starting on 2 weeks later, and it's going to be at Bowman Green Stadium.
Oh, that's cool. Yep. If you guys don't mind, I want to quickly take a look at the 2024 stuff, because I think the thing I was excited in 2024 with Marklin was the French steam engine that is preserved in Switzerland. This guy right here. So, and fun fact, this was built in America, and this is basically based off the USRA Mikados, light Mikados, I should say. And see, look, this is more enticing to buy than like freaking, Lionel. Like I'm looking at freaking 2024. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I think the 2024 Marklin catalog, it's even beating the 2024 Lionel catalog. This looks.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I mean, I haven't seen the 24 catalog. I've only seen the 2025 one, but I probably wouldn't disagree with that if I looked at it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now, and look, there's this German tank engine. It's worth more of my money to get. It's got more features too, and look, the snowplow from Trex. Oh my goodness, it looks so cool.
The thing is, we're comparing, I guess, sort of apples to apples, if you want to go that route, even though HO is not the same as O scale, it's just half the size. But when you look at the price of a Lionel engine in the 2025 catalog, the more expensive ones.
Oh, yeah.
And I told Anthony this. That is the equivalent. Some of the prices of those engines, that is the equivalent of 5 scale trains rivet counter engines. 5 to 6 of them.
Oh.
With sound and DCC.
Ooh, yeah. That is not good.
No, that is not good when you're doing that. I mean, even if you were to say, okay, it's O scale, so if you were to do just the metrics, it'd be, since HO's half the size of O scale, so your O scale would be twice the price. That would still be less than half what Lionel's charging now.
I don't know how much they're charging for this French Mikado built by Montreal. Actually, sorry, my bad. This is actually Canadian built. Fun fact. but it's based off of United States World War One era Mikado. This is what I don't know. I know you can't see Randall, but you can, even when you can't even see it, just mentioning more unique locomotive than like some Barbie train. This looks like, I love fictional stuff, but sometimes the foreign, like as an American, the foreign, weird, different locomotives are actually more enticing to me than just getting Barbie train.
Okay, can I say something real quick about the fictional stuff, the Barbie train? I mean, that's cool. They're marketing stuff like that, but there's some other fantasy stuff Lionel is doing that looks really cool. If you throw the price out, obviously. The C&O S2 steam engine, that is a stunning looking engine. Regardless what people think of fantasy schemes, the C&O the C&O steamer that they got is really neat. It's a great looking engine. They had a couple others in there that was really neat, but like I said, the price is what's just killing everything.
Yeah. Holy cow, this catalog I like. And like, I'm gonna be real here. If they made if Marklin made a fictional version of this French Mikado, because it's relatively similar to an American engine, preserve one of these, and they decide, you know what, I want to paint this up to look like an American engine. Let's say New York Central. We'll paint it up to look like a New York Central engine. I would buy that because it's weird, but it's cool. You guys get where I come from with that?
I get exactly where you're coming from.
Like you take real locomotives and you think, well, this makes sense. This makes sense. Why not make a fictional version of this makes sense kind of thing? So, and then you got the French railroad cars to go with it. And then obviously you have Flying Scotsman, which I got to find the catalog, which that one's in. But quickly, train, Randall. And Randall, this looks like something you would like. If I were you, or if you were I, get it? I would buy a whole rake of these Marklin BNSF hoppers because they look nice. Look at it.
Those are cool. Sorry, I had to log in my driver break. So
my. And then I gotta go look for the catalog. Oh yeah, I'm gonna look for the catalog with the Flying Scotsman, with the Scotsman, the Flying Scotsman. I gotta find, because the Flying Scotsman was definitely the best part of 2022 and 3 for Marklin, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Quickly, I'm gonna exit out of that. I'm gonna, because I want to show. I'm gonna look at another one, 2 more here quickly before we end today's stream.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and run in and use the restroom and get me a bite to eat. So,
all right.
If it'll take you a minute.
Yeah. No, I'm not in a hurry.
All right.
I'll just be sharing this. So, Gabe, what do you... Oh, Gabe, you still here? Hello? Gabe? Gabe?
I will be right back.
All right. Sounds good. Look, and... All right. Let's see here. All I'm just looking at back at Anthony Dodge's live stream, guys, and I'm just saying this. I'm just gonna say it. Marklin's worth your money, not Lionel. Just go to Marklin. If you are okay with foreign trains like I am, I love foreign stuff. Get their products. It is worth your money. I kid you not, guys. Like Rico, I hope I'm pronouncing it, another German company, and then Pico. Oh my goodness, their products are, man. See, it is worth your money just to buy their products. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, SD40-2s, everybody, attack helicopters, and everybody in between, buy Marklin products. I'm not sponsored by Marklin, but I would, if I would have to pick between Lionel and Marklin, I know it's apples and oranges because different scales and stuff, but Marklin's worth more your money, and you get more features, and you get a hell of a lot more fun. And if you can't get like the expensive stuff, they got the little, little starter set trains that you like we saw earlier in the stream. Holy cow! And look at this here. As a Canadian guy, I like this stuff. I really like this stuff here. And here's what I mean. Kids would love this. And from what I've heard, it works on HO tracks. So literally, Randall can buy this for, let's say his nieces or nephews or whoever, the next door neighbor or Batman or Batman's kid, or I don't know who, but you can buy this for a little kid, and literally Randall could be like, okay, you can slap it down on my track. It will work. Yay. And look, this set is cute. This is adorable. This is definitely worth more of my money. And is this O scale? Is this HO? Yeah, that is HO. Holy cow, is that a World War II era? I'm not sure. But holy cow, I think this is a Gauge 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I don't know where the Gauge 1 stuff is with Marklin. I think that's more in the LGB catalog. Let me see. Let me find some other cool locomotives. You got the crocodile looking engine. You got the Swedish Pacific type locomotive. I like this. I dig. I dig this locomotive. This one looks nice. This is a Soviet era Czechoslovakian locomotive. And you got obviously this America. When are they gonna, Marklin? I'm just gonna say this, Marklin, please do some Canadian engines. I would love to see them. But look at it. I love this. And freaking Big Boy in Gauge dudes. They model the whistle looks realistic. It is expensive. I'm just gonna say this. If you buy this is almost like a $6,000 train. Sorry, locomotive. It's not.
Oh, is that the big boy?
$600. Yeah, look. This is $600. $6,000. My bad, $6,000.
That's a lot of
but
money.
with crappier.
I can't get that. I can't get this big locomotive like that. But I did saw the Union Pacific Big Boy here in Omaha.
That's cool. But yeah, this, and look, be cool. Glass like this, and be cool like Gabe, and get a Big Boy. And look, you get display cases. I would pay for this stuff. Holy cow. But I'm gonna go at the 2023 catalog because I'm pretty sure that's where the Flying Scotsman is. I gotta go find it because that's mainly what I'm looking for. But this one looks kind of cool. This is a Class L 1.10. Not really familiar with these German express trains, but these look cool. What is this? Oh, that's cool. I think this is the one I was talking about earlier that my friend Mohawk was saying were like, yeah, very cool looking engines. And look, this is worth my money. Honestly, Marklin, if you have to take my money, give me the models. Your stuff is more worth it. I would prefer your Tricks brand so I can run it with my other HO trains, but come on. So I gotta find Scotsman. Where is the Scotsman? This is an Austrian. Oh, this is a 44 that was pre-war. This is the one that was reparations to Austria. Then this would be a dream train to have. Gabe, are you familiar with the Orient Express? Gabe? Hello?
Yeah, yep.
Sorry. Are you familiar with the Orient Express?
Oh yeah. I did play on Orient Express Steam Train on the old game MSTS.
Oh, that's cool. Here's a good question for you. Would you buy a Lionel train that's not worth your money, or would you buy this from Trix? The Orient Express from Trix? And even look, Gabe, the lamps light up. Worth my money. Oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
See? And look, Gabe, I know you mainly do American stuff. So yeah, you can put a Union Pacific engine and make it pull some European looking freight cars.
I don't think so. I'm still a steam train person, you know.
These are nice engines. Oh boy, that's a nice looking engine. At freaking 2022. Yeah, I got looked for 22. Yeah. There is the Scotsman. There's Flying Scotsman. What is going on here? The Flying Scotsman. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I found her. Actually, him or whatever. I don't know. I don't gender trains. Oh, before we take a look at Scotty, this looks cool. This is a P8 with a winterized cab. That's kind of cool. I kind of dig that. Here we go, guys. Hey, Gabe. It's the Flying Scotsman. Yes. And I don't think that I know for sure this did not went to Omaha, but it went to Chicago. I believe it was on Union Pacific trackage for a brief period. Very, very brief.
Yeah,
period.
I know the Flying Scotsman logo number is 4472.
Yep, but I think it right here. I think this is more like your modern condition, which represents 1963 Scotsman, which is retirement Scotsman with BR green. I'm gonna be real with you, Gabe. My favorite version of Flying Scotsman is with the smoke deflectors and double chimney, but it's painted in apple green. So basically, early 2000s Flying Scotsman is my favorite. And definitely, this is worth my money. And if you guys want to see this engine in operation, check out my friend Anthony Dodge's video. He's got a really nice video of this engine running, and oh boy, it is worth your money. Oh, that is kind of cute. Oh, there's an American locomotive right there. So British, German, American, Austrian, maybe. Oh, that looks kind of cool with the snow. Holy cow. Then we got a Hey, we got an Amtrak. What do you think of this, Gabe? We got an Amtrak. That
Well,
looks
that's kind of an
cool.
old livery paint. It's from maybe
Indeed.
phase 1.
Holy cow! Oh, look at this one, Gabe. Holy cow! What is this locomotive? This is a Class 18. Wow, this looks impressive. I like this.
Oh, you got different colors.
Oh yeah, which one do you like?
It looks like a Christmas themed look-alike.
Indeed, which one do you like? You like black or do you like the green one?
Just black.
Yeah, I kind of like the black better, to be honest with you. Oh, the alligator. This is the ultimate electric locomotive in Europe. Those are nice engines, but I think to end off the stream, well, I don't want to end it just yet because we got to wait until Randall gets back, and then I want to get Randall's reaction to Scotsman, because this is the one that I wanted to show outside of the 2025 catalog. So if I had the money and if I had the space to do HO scale again, I would want that engine, particularly the Trix one, because I did not want to do the Marklin. Well, I like Marklin, but I always do their Trix brand for oh man, compatibility reasons. Let's see here, but we might be ending the stream here, guys. I don't know when we are, but we might be ending the stream. But I want to wait until Randall gets back. And I know for sure, I'm pretty sure Zach wanted to come back, but I don't think he's going to be able to now. But
I checked the Coombrace Toltec website, and it says that the Coombrace and Toltec Engineer Farmer School is still optimistic to offering the experience during the 2025 season. So
that's pretty cool.
I'm still on the wait list, and I'm still can't wait to go back to Chama again this season.
That would be pretty cool, my friend. Make sure you get some videos of you running the engine.
Yeah, but unfortunately, as for the rules app, I'm not going to be able to record this video because I'm going to be very busy when driving steam trains. So maybe a GoPro would be good, but I'm not very sure I want to do it.
Okay. But let's see here. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, you get to read a little bit about Flying Scotsman. This is my favorite British steam locomotive. This is actually probably my top 5 favorite steam engines actually of all time. Right up there with the 2816, the Empress, my favorite. Yeah, guys, I don't want to leave just yet until Randall gets back. But when Randall gets back, we're going to probably start wrapping on to some of my I got to get on to some other calls tonight. So, but yeah. And I know and ask questions. I know people want to talk to me, so I don't want to end it just yet. I want to wait until my good friend Randall gets back. So Randall said he's got to use the restroom and get some chow. So when he gets back, we'll call the stream. I will just say that when he gets back, we'll call it a stream. We'll call it a night. And I know Scott's Trains is doing a live stream right now, so I don't want to chew up his time. I know Scott's Trains is live streaming. I don't want, like I said, I don't want to take up too much of his time, but like I said, I want to wrap up so that I can talk to some other people because people have been asking me to talk to them. So, oh hey Randall, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry, it took a little while for him to get my food ready, but
No, that is okay. I think we're gonna start wrapping up here in the next 5 to 10 minutes.
all right, that's fine. That'll give me time to eat.
There you go. And we can look at this beauty right here, Flying Scotsman. Probably my favorite Marklin product at the moment. See,
That's a nice one.
Indeed. You know what? I hate to diss on Lionel for the 400th time today, but here's an idea for Lionel. They anniversary, or they really should have made it this year for the 200th anniversary of the first railway line in the UK. They had some very much missed opportunities with that, and so much more. But
Well, the question is, would people buy a Lionel Flying Scotsman though? I think that's the question.
well, Flying Scotsman's the most famous engine in the world. Why wouldn't Lionel want to do the Flying Scotsman?
I mean, that's true, but I don't know. I just have that feeling that if they ever did something like that,
Would it be nice to
you would
have
have you would have these people in Facebook. Of course, they say that's about every model that ever gets made by any manufacturer. It'd be the tired, oh, nobody asked for this. We didn't want this. Blah blah blah.
and then, but on the other hand, you have people like me that are like, yeah, let's get a Lionel Flying Scotsman.
Yep. There you go.
So, honestly, Lionel, I know we keep talking about this and on Lionel, but they had so much potential and they failed this year. I think they failed big time. I don't think they're going to recover from this year for a while. I think next 2 years, I hope to see them get better, but there's no way they're going to get better, even in volume 2, which I might stream.
It's the idea, and this is just what I've heard. Lionel hyped this catalog up so much and got everybody excited, and then we got what we got. I mean, you're right. It's going to take them a long time to recover from this.
Indeed. Honestly, at this point, let's just do MTH. And speaking of MTH, have they come out with their new catalog?
I don't know if they have or not. Atlas just came out with theirs. That'd be a good stream for you to kind of check out too.
I know people are going to get tired of me doing catalog live streams, but I do enjoy doing catalog live streams because I like getting people's opinions on.
They won't never know what you're getting.
Mainly, I wanted to do Lionel. Indeed. Mainly, I wanted to do Lionel, but you know, Marklin was another one when I found out I can look at fit that too. So yeah, thank you, Lionel, for disappointing us all. I will just say this: 2024 catalog was so much better than 20. And I'm gonna just be real here. I'm, as much as I love the New York Central. Well, honestly, the Hudsons are kind of the exception. But I'm kind of getting tired of Lionel. You're always doing this, always doing that.
Well, I think Anthony said it. I think Anthony said it best yesterday during your stream.
Mm-hmm.
Lionel, I think, has too many irons in the fire right now.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if that's what's causing the prices to be driven up so much because they have so many products out at once. They're trying to make their money up for all the stuff that they got. But and to be truthful, I'm kind of fearing HO is going to eventually get to this because you have all these people sitting there saying, we want this one, we want this one, we want that model. Well, they're making all these different models now, and I'm kind of worried that we're going to be in the same shape as O-Scale, where there's going to be these companies are going to have so many irons in the fire that they're going to have to end up jacking the price up to make up what they've got invested.
I'm hoping we don't get to the point, but that is a serious possibility.
It is.
But at the moment, I will say this. If there's anybody here that are new to the model train hobby, and if you're above the age of 10 or 12 or 15, 16 years old, just do HO scale. It's cheaper and it's a lot more fun.
Yeah. And there's a lot more variety too.
Although I have the HO Jupiter 119 that I got in 2019 to celebrate 150th anniversary of a Golden Spike.
That's cool. But yeah, I can get a lot more for my buck in HO. Literally, I can buy. How much do they want for Flying Scotsman and Marklin? I can't really see how much. So let's say, I believe last time I saw it was like they wanted $600. So how much for like a big boy would probably be like $200, $2,000. Sorry, $2,000. I can get 3, maybe 4 of these Flying Scotsmen for the price of one big boy. Ow. Very much a big ow. Honestly, and I don't know if Lionel is going to even release their HO 2025 catalog, but I'm going to be real here. Lionel's just actually kind of neglecting now their HO line, to be honest with y'all.
Yeah, and I figured with scale trains, whenever they announce that they're museum quality steam engine, you have BLI sitting there pumping out steam locomotives. Their bread and butter is steam.
Mm-hmm.
Bachman is coming out with a scale Hudson. An HO scale Hudson, I think is what it is.
Okay.
I mean, and Athearn's re-releasing their big boy, and they're doing a couple other steam engines, as well as a more budget-friendly steam engine in their Athearn line. I mean, there's a lot of competition out there with Lionel.
Indeed.
And that kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about no scale. They really don't have what you'd say competition. I mean, yeah, Atlas and MTH are there, but they're there. I mean, they're just basically there to keep Lionel honest. And that's not a shot at Atlas or MTH. That's just how it is in no scale. It's been that way for years. But
I think there comes a point in that I don't think there's going to be no going back for Lionel for a long time, to be honest with you guys. I'm just gonna say this. I'm really disappointed in Lionel. As a kid, I love Lionel. You know, I was always an HO guy, and I was hoping. I'm gonna be real with you. I hope that HO stop neglecting their HO line and stop like. I swear, Randall. I swear, if they paint the freaking Berkshire into a Barbie paint scheme, there's no going back for Lionel in HO. Because agree with me. I'm not against fictional paint schemes, but honestly, they're just doing it for the money. They don't do it because it's cool, if you get what I mean.
I mean, I can understand that.
Like, you seriously overuse it, and you don't make it interesting for someone to buy your product. So, and people get tired of, like, you know, a Star Wars or.
Here's what I'll say is when you look at HO scale and the big boys that Athens coming out with and BLI, their fantasy schemes, at least they make them interesting. Like,
yes,
they'll still get hate for it, but whether they deserve it or not. But like Athens has a big boy in the Southern Crescent scheme that they're coming out with. They're also doing one for ND EM.
Oh wow!
A big
really?
boy for that. Yes. They're doing one in Santa Fe.
That's actually impressive.
So, yeah, they're actually making it interesting. Like I said, they're still getting hate for it from the fantasy scheme haters.
Oh yeah.
But like I said it many times on other pages, those people want fantasy schemes banned, and they would rather, and anybody owns one needs to be punished severely, is their mentality. But
yeah,
that we could get off on a whole other tangent on that alone. But yeah, I mean, at least when you look at, I almost said Wallers, at least when you look at Athern and BLI, at least they make it interesting.
indeed. And I'm gonna be real with you. If Lionel really wants to be better with their HO, they're gonna have to look at their competitors and look at themselves and say, pardon my language, but we effed up.
Yeah.
So,
well, what they're going to do, like I said, right now they don't really have any competition in OCL, but by the same token, Atlas and MTH are both sitting there, and they could easily, if Lionel keeps this up, both MTH and Atlas, especially with them teaming up on certain projects, they could end up surpassing Lionel.
Oh yeah. It would be sad because everybody loves Lionel, but at the same time, they kind of deserve it, to be honest with you.
Well, just from what I've been seeing, we've been kind of headed towards this for a few years now, because the prices just kept going up with Lionel, especially with their Vision line engines. The prices are going insane with them.
Oh yeah. It's disappointing to me. Honestly, I'm gonna just say this: I'm gonna compare two model train companies. I'm gonna compare my favorite model train company, Rapido, with Lionel. I feel like, in terms of Rapido, they have the energy of a foamer, and a foamer that cares. And like Jason loves what he does. I'm not saying the president of Lionel doesn't love what he does, but you can see it more with Jason. Even Jason uses his products. He makes models that he can actually use. which is cool to have
Well,
the owner of a model train company use his own products, and people you can literally use the products that he's using for his own projects.
and too, Jason doesn't take things so seriously that what am I trying to say?
It's just disappointing to me that you can look at the Lionel CEO and he's like, yeah, this. You can see some energy, but you can't see it. But when you look at Jason, honestly, I'm going to be real here. If Rapido's watching this, I hope they're listening. Thank you for listening to the community, and thank you for being a role model. I hate to use that word, role model, but seriously, you guys are being more of a role model for the model train community, and I want to thank you guys for that. But on the other hand, too, Lionel's iconic to the point of trains that I don't think they'll never die, but I don't think they will be as cool as these other model train companies. I think they would. I think there will be a better. I think if Lionel continues doing this, I think there will be another company that takes the place of Lionel as the #1 model train company in the world.
Oh yeah, I would completely agree with that. And
So,
just to use the Rapido, just to kind of finish up on the Rapido thing, Jason then has fun with their products. They're not. They take their job seriously, but not to the point where they don't make it fun. I guess is what I'm trying to say, and interesting. Am I making sense when I say that?
Yeah, you are making sense. Like, and then when you look at Lionel, I think they take things too seriously, and they don't have the fun.
Yeah.
And their customer service is like when you call, like, yeah.
Well, I mean,
yeah, I don't care.
It kind of looks like Lionel's just kind of flailing around trying to grab everybody's attention at once, and you can't really do that. Again, that kind of goes back to what Anthony said. They got too many irons in the fire. So,
yeah, I think the major part. I think the problem with Lionel is that they're too popular. I think they're too popular. They're iconic, and they kind of ruined their own reputation. They're using the star power of Lionel trains and throwing it down the toilet. And
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that.
there will be a point where Lionel, honestly, O-Scale will. I think O-Scale, if it goes down the way it is, it might die. I'm sorry to say it might die.
I hope you're wrong, Luke, but yeah, I mean that's a possibility.
I hope I'm wrong myself, but it looks like they're gonna die, and HO's gonna thrive and survive.
I mean, the G scale guys. I mean, they're talking about their scale basically being on life support part of the time, but they have really good products out there too, and it may, with some of the stuff they're coming out with, it may start to bounce back there. But Lionel, I don't know, man.
I honestly, at this point, Lionel's just kind of done for if they keep the way they are.
Well, they've got to start marketing trains that people can afford. You can't just live on hyper detailed locomotives and then throw a bunch of fantasy schemes on and hope the toy train crowd bites at them.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Just
That's not a winning strategy.
indeed. And honestly, I can speak for everyone here, even the line O-skill people. I'm very disappointed. I think I keep using this, but I'm very disappointed in Lionel.
You're not alone. I mean, just watching some of the other videos from other Lionel YouTubers. Now, I haven't seen Chris at I forgot what his channel name is. RPD Trains, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
The big one of the big Lionel guys. I haven't seen him react to the Lionel catalog as of yet. I know he had a thing posted asking his viewers if they wanted him to review the catalog, and so far, and I voted on it too. I voted yes on it, but so far about 90% wanting to review the catalog and get his thoughts on it.
Honestly, I would vote yes for the simple reason of I'm always interested in people's thoughts. Simple as that.
Some of Chris's stature in the O scale line, and even I'll even throw this in there. Our buddies Wally and George, the GFW Trains. I would love to get their take on it as well.
Honestly, at this point, I kind of want to talk to Wally about this. To be honest with you, I want to do a lot. You know what? If GFW Trains, if George and Wally are watching this stream, give me a holler. Please give me a holler. I want to do a live stream with you with catalog.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I'd be up for that.
I'm down.
Yeah, Wally. Kind of do that with Wally and George.
Indeed, I think in terms of, I think Wally and George is kind of the hope for me, because at least they keep O scale fun. Because like, it's not that other YouTuber, it's not the YouTuber's fault. It's just kind of Lionel makes it to the point that it's like, why worth looking at Lionel Train? Why not look at a Rapido product?
Well, and Rapido's on no scale, so that's a problem right there. So
indeed. Before I end the stream today, I want to find. I made a very, very good point in Penzi's video.
There goes UP Train.
Oh, UP Train.
Yeah, I see it going down through through Hutchinson right there. We'll never be able to see it though; it's too dark. But anyway,
so yeah, before I end the stream tonight, last night was chaotic at the end with my internet connection being kind of. I'll give you time, but I want you guys to read this message. And I feel like I'm speaking for all of you. So,
well, like I said, this is a dangerous game Lionel's playing with the prices on their models. I mean, shoot, there's people complaining about companies like Scale Trains, charging $300 for their engines. That's a drop in the bucket. That's a drop in the bucket compared to what Lionel's charging for their stuff.
it's true. Lionel, people complain about the HO prices, but when you look at Lionel, it's like, really, why do you complain about this?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm not going to sit there with a straight face and say HO is cheap. Model trains have never been cheap to begin with, but
yep.
I don't care what all the people sit there and say, well, back in the day, it was back in my day, it was $20. Back in the 1960s, well, yeah, but in the 1960s, you translate to today's dollars. I mean, that $15-$20 engine is probably $200 in today's dollars
Yep.
if it were sold today.
Oh, absolutely.
I did a fun deal. A guy, I think it was RPB Trades, was looking at a Scout set from back in 1949, and just for kicks and giggles, I went on I googled up it's like a calculator where you translate it from a certain year to now to current day, or current day to whatever year back when people were buying trains in the 40s and 50s. So the train in question was a Scout set, and I think at the time in 1949 it sold for $18, I think 95 cents or something like that. So I used the calculator and looked it up just to see what it would translate to today's dollar. You know what it was?
How much?
So 18, you might say 18, almost $19 back in 1949 would be the equivalent of $251 today.
Yikes.
So that said, that was $18, almost $19 back in 1949 would be the equivalent of 254. It was $254, I think is what it was. Now I think about it.
Yep.
But yeah, that just goes to show you back in the day wasn't always better, because you got to count into what minimum wage was back in those days as
Indeed.
well. I mean, people weren't getting paid $15 an hour back in 1949.
Nope.
I can guarantee you that, because my grandpa told me stories where he worked all day plowing fields and would only come home with like a couple bucks.
Yikes.
So yeah.
So seriously, you buy a locomotive for $19 back in 1949. It's still expensive in 1949.
Well, see, it was a whole set. It was a whole set, but still, $250+.
This is a dangerous game that Lionel's playing, and
Yeah.
I am disappointed in Lionel. I am very disappointed.
Yeah, that it's very concerning. I'm not gonna lie.
It's very concerning. But I want to end on a lighter note. So remember when I said, guys, I'm working on a project?
Yes.
It may or may not come soon. But to all my fans, all my fans, keep an eye on my Twitter and my YouTube. I will have hints coming, and when the big news comes, you will be excited. You guys will be excited. I feel like this project will include people of both of my interests and both of the groups I'm part of. And so yeah.
Luke, just kind of continue on. I know you're a big fan of Has Been Hotel.
Yep.
So a couple of anime voice actors that I follow online, kind of sort of off and on. And I remember a video where they talked about this. They did a collab where they did a cover of one of the songs from that show. One of them,
From Ireland.
one of them is Sayu Vaz. His actual name's Alejandro Saab.
Oh,
But him and another voice actor who goes by the name of Monarch on her YouTube and Twitch channels. I think her YouTube channel is Lee and Lai on there, but she does a lot of anime covers, English covers. But her and this guy did a cover of a song from Has Been Hotel. I'm probably making your head explode trying to explain this, but
no, you're fine. I get it excited.
But if I
when we
find
talk
that,
about
I'll try to send you the link.
But Mr. RailYard, I'm still always be there with you, no matter what.
But I know people will be questioning why am I doing a project that like involves a train? Well, involves my two interests. And why a locomotive? Why would you mix these two interests of yours? I think my friend Nerdy Kai put this best. I think he could agree with, and I think this is kind of round of what he would say. The situations and the complex nature of Vivian Madrano's universe, and the sparse emptiness, and the question of how does things get from one place to another, I think it needs solving. And I think I'm ready to solve it. And I know people are going to be a little upset about me doing some has been hell of a whatever. I'm not abandoning the railroad hobby. Far from it. I'm actually going to increase more. But I'm getting into the part of my life where I'm actually looking into a career in digital art, animation, voice acting. And I'm not going to be always with the trains. And it's sad, but I have other interests too that I want to dab in and experiment with the trains too. So for the ribbit counters that are eyeballing, gonna type in the why are you mixing a thing? First and foremost, this will be an authentic rail experience for the has-been people. So basically, you, the rail fans, you, the railroad experts, you, the railroaders, are actually going and inspiring me to do better. I'm not going to make a cheap train. Sorry. I'm not going to do this cheap. I'm not going to cut corners with this project. I'm going to take as much time as I possibly can to give you an authentic product that you and everyone and all my fans and all my future fans and everybody, all my friends, you will not be disappointed. And the team, the team which I'm going to build, and I got several people that are interested. People will be interested, guys. I know rail fans will be skeptical. That's the one thing I am scared. But I tell you, my fellow rail fans, my fellow foamers, my fellow ribbit counters, my fellow railroaders, they're getting an authentic train. They're getting the real McCoy. Because I'm a rail fan, just like all you. And the people in that community are actually very excited. I've been talking to several of them, and they're excited privately because I can't really announce it yet, but privately. And they're like, We want you to do this, Luke. I want, and I'm asking for people. They're gonna come. So my message to my fellow rail fans is, I understand your concern, but do not be concerned. Be encouraging, and they will get the authentic product. And then for the has been hell of a people, this project, I hope, will not disappoint you. As someone who's into this hobby and this fandom, who's interested in trains, you will get a benefit than most people. Most people will see a train and will do it cheaply. I'm not going to McCoy. You will get all the bells and whistles. This project that's going to hit you very well, not physically, but it will be an authentic railroad experience for you all. I think, Randall, if it's okay with you, I think we need to start wrapping up.
Yeah, sure. Appreciate you letting me come on.
Thank you. Well,
Bug you for a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you to Randall.
Yep.
Emily, and all the wonderful people in the stream. I know this is a longer stream than the Lino one because we've been talking about a whole bunch of different things other than Marklin. But join my Discord, join my Twitter, follow me on Twitter. Be on the lookout for the authentic, the real McCoy. People will not be disappointed. And with that, I thank you all for watching. We'll catch you all next time. Bye, everyone.
See you guys.
See you guys.
See ya. Bye-bye.